Asasi Radio, your election lab center, brings you a comprehensive coverage of the regional elections of the New Patriotic Party from Friday, May 27 through to Sunday, May 29, 2022. Make a date from 2 p.m. this Friday and Saturday and 3 p.m. on Sunday. Asasi Radio, your election lab center. Asasi Radio, your election lab center, brings you a comprehensive coverage of the regional elections of the New Patriotic Party from Friday, May 27 through to Sunday, May 29, 2022. Make a date from 2 p.m. this Friday and Saturday and 3 p.m. on Sunday. Asasi Radio, your election lab center.
All right, check with your time. It's 18 minutes past the hour of 2. Today, the 27th of May, 2022. My name is Wilberforce Asari, and this is Asasi Radio, your election nerve center, where we bring you a comprehensive coverage of the New Patriotic Party's regional elections, which are going on in 7 regions today. I'm doing this together with my colleague, Philip Asiao. A very good afternoon to you, Philip.
Good afternoon, Wilberforce.
What's up?
Cool. The atmosphere is cool.
Okay, I know you went to Parliament, and the parliamentarians are displaying.
No, yes, but they had to close early. In fact, almost 12 they were done because they had to move to their constituencies. And a number of them were actually not in chamber today. They have
already gone.
The lead. And the speaker acknowledged that something very important was happening this weekend and was a matter of national interest. And so he accordingly allowed the House to have a light sitting this morning.
Okay, so obviously you can see that we are highly motivated to bring you all the details and the happenings and the results of the New Patriotic Party's regional elections, which is ongoing today. It is currently going on in 7 regions: the Savannah region, part of the Northern Belt, the Northern region itself, Bono East, Upper East, Northeast region, Ahafo region, and the Western North regions. We have 2 guests in the studio already who are going to be helping us to do the discussions, and as the results come in, they are going to help us to analyze what is happening in the regions, whether or not there are changes, and whether or not the party is making a statement emphatically at the regional level. My name again is Wilberforce Asari, and I'm in the studio with my good friend Philip Asiao. All right, so our guests who have joined us to help us do the discussion first is Palgrave Boakye-Dankwa. Palgrave Boakye-Dankwa is government spokesperson on governance and security. A very good afternoon to you, Palgrave.
A very good afternoon to you, Wilberforce.
Thank you very much for coming.
Always a joy to be on Asasi.
We had you here. We had you here just 2 days ago,
absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. Okay. I just like the feeling of election. For me, I mean, it really just predicts democracy and leadership.
I know, right?
So I love it, and thank you for having me.
It is the way to go for a country.
Indeed, absolutely.
Where the ballot paper or the ballot box determines who governs.
The decision maker.
Absolutely. So that's Palgrave Boakye-Dankwa. Also in the studio with us, regular feature, Audu Mahama. He's the editor of the Custodian newspaper. Audu, what's up?
Charlie, I do. Oh, when it comes to elections, as Pedro said, I'm always much happy to be talking about politics. I'm a political animal, so every human being is a political animal.
Philip, your friend.
our friend. You are the head of the legal and political desk.
So it's good to be here again to talk about politics.
Absolutely. And what we do know is that in a region like the, I think the Northeast region, we already know that there's results that have come in from there in terms of the chairmanship. But our correspondents are splashed across all the 16 regions. Obviously, today we are keeping the focus on 7. And so our correspondents are there in the 7 regions, and they will be bringing us all the 9 yards as far as this particular regional elections in the New Patriotic Party is concerned. You want to keep your dials here on Asasi Radio. If you are listening to us on Facebook, please do share our page and invite a friend to join in. Share your thoughts with me. Send your messages. I'll read them. Tell us your predictions and everything. We'll make mention of them here on Asasi Radio 99.5 megahertz. Okay, guys, so let's settle down and let's begin this with a discussion. So far, let me start with Philip. Philip and I are hosting this show together, so Philip can ask questions. I can also ask questions. I can also ask him questions. He can ask me questions. So whichever way, we're going to do this together. Palgrave and Audu, you've been monitoring so far since this process started. I've only heard that one person has been slapped somewhere in some region. I don't know what he went to do, but that's what I've heard. But so far, what are the signals you are picking? Palgrave first.
Well, I think that so far the New Patriotic Party once again is showing leadership all across the country. It's electrifying for us as a political party at this stage to be going through our regional elections. New entrants are coming in. Maybe some tsunamis are expected to happen. Some strong waves are expected to maybe come off their wakes in terms of the opportunity to lead. I think that in politics, there are casualties. I mean, a strong disclaimer to the person who was slapped. I'm sure that tempers were a bit high, but really that's not the way to go. We don't want to focus much on that. But I look forward to the rest of the places where they are yet to cast their votes. I wish all aspirants the best. I've seen on platforms people asking for Momo, last minute Momo to come in, and people really just garnering their loins to.
They are asking for Momo from who?
Oh, from various people. They are just putting on the platforms. Okay. All our usual platforms. People are asking. Whatever you can drop in, just drop it in, and then let's see what we can do. But I really also wish the various MPs the best as well, because the regional elections are the decider for who the rest of the delegates would like to choose for the next MPship. But really, if you look at the entire preparation, really just is leading us into the national elections for us to be able to decide as a political party who is going to be our national chairperson, who is going to be our general secretary, organizer, youth organizer, treasurer, and then women's organizer. And then, in September, we are aware that the 9th month of 2022, we are going to really decide what's going to happen for us as a country.
Okay.
In terms of national elections. But
you mean the 2024 elections?
Yes, the 2024 elections.
Okay.
But September is when we are having our national elections.
It's been moved.
September what?
July. It's been moved. I think it was supposed to be July 17th. Yes, July 17th to July 19th.
So it's been moved.
No, I think that it still would maintain. Still maintain.
You mean that's the national executive
elections?
Okay, yes, I know it's in July
17th to July 19th.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, so let me come to you, Audu. Monitoring, you're a journalist like us, and you've been monitoring the developments that far. What are the signals you've picked up?
I cannot speak like the way Pelgrim has spoken. He said, when you say we, it shows we are a good party.
That is why I said you're a journalist.
Yes. But speaking from my observational point, I think that so far the NPP has organized well. They did it from the polling station level, constituency, and they are now at the regional level. And so far, so good. And they have shown this is a party that says that it wants to break the 8. If you can only break the 8 when you are well organized on the ground. And for now, everything indicates that they are well organized on the ground and they are moving up. And you kudos to them. But there are some few issues to be sorted out if they actually want to break the eight with these elections. And I am saying that prior to this regional election, there have been issues of register, who forms, who should be part of the delegates and all that. Some regions have been sorted out. There are still lingering issues in some of the regions, and that's what they should be looking at. As I was on my way here, I had some few issues still with the NPP's World Bank, political World Bank, the Ashanti region. There are still some issues. You know, these issues actually made the changes, the venue. The election was supposed to be held today in Ashanti region because of some of
the RCC.
RCC.
Yes.
They had to move the venue to Kumasi, Baba Yara Sports Stadium tomorrow. And so they should look at some of these issues. And if they are able to sort them out, I think that they will be good to go. 2024, I think it will be good for them.
Okay, so Philip, I've seen that on our portal, they've put out the results for the chairmanship race in the Northeast region. And they've put up the figures that all three candidates have gotten. So in the Northeast region, at least the chairmanship role is being determined. I'm sure Philip has it. Philip, just go through what we have there.
Okay, so for the chairmanship position as well, as you rightly said, it's done and dusted. The chairman has won again, Fuseni Nuruddin. He pulled through with 71 votes. And so he beat his other contenders, two other contenders. Alhaji Seidu Sazni had 24 votes, and Bawa Akamara pulled 50 votes. The incumbent Fuseni Nuruddin pulled 71 votes, making him re-elected as well. But I have also been alerted as well that the incumbent regional secretary, Sule Sambian, has also been re-elected with 106 votes as it stands now. So both chairman and secretary in the Northeast region have been re-elected by 71 votes and also 106 votes respectively.
Okay, so Palgrave, does it look like things to come? You know, in the constituency election results that we analyzed on Wednesday, you were here. Audu wasn't here, but we realized that at the constituency level, a total of 2,517 executives were elected. Okay. Out of it, 803 were retained.
In the same region,
in the whole of the country. Okay. Yes. Okay. And 1,731 new executives were elected. Oh. What it means is that the retention rate in terms of existing executives who went for the elections was 32%. Mm-hmm. And that also translates to the fact that 68% of elected constituency executives in the New Patriotic Party are new.
The old ones were
the old ones
60-something%
are new.
Dropped.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So that's the reflection. But the first results that we are seeing, Northeast has re-elected its party chairman. Yes. And in the Northeast region, in 2020 elections, President Akufo-Addo, who was the candidate, polled 122,742, and the percentage was 51.37%. And Mr. Mahama, who was the closest contender, polled 112,306, which constituted 47% of the total vote cast. The vote difference between the two candidates was 10,433. And this is the second time that the NPP won majority votes in the Northeast region, which is the current vice president's home region. And so re-electing the chairman in that particular constituency, does it point to something? Is it that he's done his work well? Palgrave, you predicted that he was going to win. Yes,
I did. So I did predict that Chairman Nuru was going to take the day, and congratulations to him, Chairman. And I believe very well that this really just comes to contribute significantly to the work that he had done. I mean, you're aware that he had put in a lot of work in the 2020 election, and gave us that majority win. And we believe very well that he would be able to adequately also give us that win as we prepare to break the eight. I think that for us as a political party, we are looking into setting a narrative and setting a particular kind of legacy, really, especially within this decade. And breaking the eight has come to us as one of the greatest mantra that we so desire. So Chairman Nuru and the secretary who have worked together over the years, consistently leading the cause, really is very significant. I mean, I don't want to go into the other narratives of which side they are. and as to whether that is also projecting us into some place. But really, we did say that once we are done with the regional elections, it really tells us that the chips are beginning to fall at the various places, because the two major contenders, as it is for the flag bearership, have descended heavily into an involvement into the regional elections as to making sure that their persons of interest are winning, because really that's where the work is going to be done.
All right. So, Philip, our correspondent from the Northeast region is on the line, and I would want Philip to engage him, Al Hassan, to give us the signals that he's picking, the results that are coming in. Philip.
Alassane, good afternoon, welcome. And if you can hear us, we've already received the news about the results for the position of chairman as well as secretary. What can you tell us? How is the mood like?
Well, the voting has ended successfully here in Alergo Senior High School. I think it started well and it has ended well too. One guy has been arrested for possessing a local manufactured pistol, and he was handed over to the police. That is according to the regional minister, Gidana Zakaria. Voting has ended successfully. Imagine Chairman Nuruddin Hussein, who is the incumbent chairman, imagine again.
Okay.
And he came out with 71 vote. Though initially I posted 72, and the reason is that when they were counting, they declared that he had 72 votes. But after later on, they declared that it was 71. So Chairman Nuruddin Hussein got 71 votes out of the 146 votes.
Okay, so Philip, I've seen, and Alassane, I've seen that on our Facebook portal, a friend of ours has posted some details there, and so we'd like to confirm that from you. So Adams Karim is saying that the NPP Northeast Region elections chairmanship, Fuseni Nuruddin 71, and Shani Mohammed 24, and Akamara Bawa Henry 50. Yes, and the first vice chairmanship position, Alhaji Gado got 102 and Sadiq got 44. That means that Alhaji Gado has been elected as the first vice chairman in the Northeast region. Is that correct, Al Hassan?
Right.
Okay,
that's
great.
Right, that's right.
Okay, and in the second vice chairmanship position, there is Abdul Rahman Garba. He got 96, and Suleimana.
96.
Yes, Suleimana Frenji, or how do you pronounce that? Okay, Freje. Okay, he got 50. So it means that Abdul Rahman Garba has been elected the second vice chairman in the constituency.
That's right.
Great.
That's right.
So take us through the other results from secretary to assistant secretary and all that, and then we will let you go so we can move on to other regions.
Okay, to the secretary position, we have Sule Sambian, who is the incumbent general secretary, and he pulled 106 votes out of 146. And we also have Idrisu Musa. He also pulled 27 votes. We also have Jambong Minyilea Nawinyo. He also got 13 votes. So Sule Sambia is the secretary-elect. So we also have assistant secretary. We have Musa Ibrahim. He got 109 votes. And the second person is Abdullah Jamal Din, and he got 37 votes. So Musa Ibrahim, he was even the incumbent, and now he has elected again. So Musa Ibrahim is the deputy secretary-elect. We also have the organizer position. We have Amos Yambel. He got 101 votes. And Mahama Tampuru Yamusa, he got 10 votes. Mahama Jangdo, he got 35 votes. And coming to the treasurer side, we have Somani Mustafa. He was the incumbent treasurer, but he has lost his position to Tungwati Ambong. So Sumani Mustafa got sister votes.
Okay, so at least we know that in the Northeast region, elections have come to an end. The results are known. Nuruddin is elected the chairman of the constituency, the region.
He has been declared.
Okay, so you initially you said that at the chairmanship level, the incumbent got elected, and also with the secretaryship, the incumbent got elected. Any of the positions can you point us to any of the positions where the incumbent may have lost the elections?
Yeah, that's the treasurer side.
The treasurer?
And he is in the person of Sumani Mustafa.
Okay, so the treasurer...
He got sister vote out of 140 votes. So he lost to Tungwati Francis Kwambong, and he got 84 votes. And the rejected vote were 2.
Okay, all right. So, Philip, just wrap up with.
Hassan, on the whole, how would you describe the exercise? I think it's been fairly peaceful, aside from the slap that you said someone had to endure. Yes. So on the whole, how would you describe the whole exercise?
No, the slab, I think it was northern region.
In the northern region, yes. And yes, indeed, Baba Camille is on the line to tell us a bit about that.
Okay,
so, yes.
Yes, but for northeast region, though initially, between the hours of 11 to 12, we were told by the regional minister that some criminals from Boku or traveling from Boku to the conference hall trying to disrupt the electoral process. So the regional minister was giving them a warning that they should leave the place, otherwise the police will come to and beat them up. So that was the information that got to the place. But we didn't see those people that came with the weapons and other things, because we were told that they were in a certain vehicle. And even the one who came and briefed the regional minister didn't even know the vehicle that those people were in.
Okay. Hassan, thank you very much. We're grateful for the update.
Yes, indeed. And you know that in the Northeast, in the constituency level, it is the region that had the highest number of retentions in the constituency elections.
Right, that's right.
So in the constituency elections... Oh, he's still on the line.
He wants to add,
Okay, Alhassan, yes, make your point before I let you go, please.
Hello.
Okay, so he's off now. But from the data that we have, Awudu and Palgrave, the Northeast is the region that had the highest number of retention in terms of incumbents. And so there were a total number of 60 elections that took place, or 60 positions that were contested. 31 got retained and 29 got replaced. And so that amounted to 52% being retained and, as it were, 48% being rejected in terms of those who were incumbents. So it appears that it is reflecting also in the regional elections, where we are seeing a lot of the officers retaining their positions. So Northeast is an exception.
If you look at all the people who are directly involved in politics, they have all retained the executives, incumbent executives. It's the treasurer who has lost, and I don't know whether it's issues of accountability.
The money doesn't trickle down to the people.
Exactly. It's probably because of money. Maybe the money doesn't trickle
to the people.
Sometimes it's not accountability. So sometimes they say it's too Armstrong. If you accountability, the man wants to be scrutinous and all that. So people don't like that kind of thing. Charlie, release the money. Release the money.
Okay. Money shall not just be released.
Yeah, exactly.
It has to be accounted for.
Exactly. That would have affected.
His head will be on the line.
That would have been this thing. If you look at the performance in 2020, there are 6 constituencies in the region.
That's right.
NPP won 4 and NDC won 2. It shows that the executives actually did very well in the region. That's probably
why they've been retained. Okay, all right, great. So let's go over the telephone again. And I'm told that Baba Camille, for our Northern Region correspondent, is on the line. He doesn't have results necessarily, but he's going to tell us about some incident that took place in the region a few moments ago. So, Philip, let's engage Baba Camille.
Hi, Baba. So we are told that it's been very eventful where you are, unlike the Northeast region, and it's your location that someone had to endure the slap. What can you tell us? How is the situation like at the moment?
Okay, so Philip, currently the situation is calm. One journalist with the Angel Network, Ghazali Abdul Malik, received some British slap from one community police. There was some altercation between one NPP supporter and some police officers. We have sneaked to the event ground without accreditation. So the police apprehended him, and there was some kind of serious scuffle between that particular NPP, between that particular NPP supporter and the police. So this Malik guy, who is a journalist, started forming that particular application. And one community police approached him and gave a death slap allegedly. Philip.
Allegedly. You use the word allegedly because you can't confirm?
Yes, because it has not been established by a competent court of jurisdiction. We have a senior reporter there who is our court correspondent. He's aware that once a court of competent jurisdiction has not established something, we use the word allegedly.
Okay.
But the security situation is very, very, very tough. The security are finding it very, very difficult around the event ground because many of MPP supporters have gone into the Ali Muhammad Sports Stadium here to observe the elections. So earlier, the party agreed to provide an accreditation, limited accreditation to various aspirants. But currently, more people have gone into the stadium. So the security are finding it very, very, very tough to control the crowd, Philip.
Okay. Aside from that, I also picked some intel that about 6 persons had also been arrested in connection with the ongoing regional elections at the Ali Muhammad Stadium, as you already mentioned. Is that something you have also picked up?
I cannot independently establish that because we are yet to speak to the Northern Regional Police Command.
Okay.
But talking about the Regional Police Command, earlier, the crime officer, Superintendent Baba Ananga, gave a strong indication that the police will be, will ensure that this particular Congress, ended smoothly. So, and they gave strong warning to anybody or group who may likely to mar the situation. So I will not be surprised after the briefing, maybe after the briefing, we may be told that about 6 people have been arrested.
Okay, looking at the situation, how long before you start feeding us with results? Because that's what we are eager for.
Okay, so currently voting has commenced. The reason why voting delayed a little bit is that some of the delegates are traveling far away from Karaga, Wishewu, very distant from Tamale. So we are told that almost all of them are in now. So we are waiting for, voting has actually commenced. So we are waiting any moment from now. About 380 delegates will decide the fate of 31 candidates.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Baba Camille, for speaking with us here on Asasi Radio. So if you just tune in, this is 99.5 megahertz, the voice of our land. It is your election nerve center. And we're bringing you a comprehensive coverage of the New Patriotic Party's regional elections, which is going on today in 7 out of the 16 regions. Tomorrow, another 7 will hold their elections. And on Sunday, Bono will be the last region to hold this election. For now, Cape Coast has been suspended because of a lawsuit that is pending there. We receiving message from our portal that the voting has started in the Savannah region currently as we speak. It delayed for a while, but our correspondent tells us that voting has started in the Savannah region. Soon we will cross over to our correspondent in the Savannah region to bring us up to speed with developments there. But our correspondent, Philip, from the Ashanti region is on the line, and that's Jonathan Ofori. Jonathan Ofori tells us that the TESCON in the Ashanti region, indeed, have organized a presser, and they are rejecting what they call a bloated album, and he's on the line to tell us exactly what the challenges are. So, Philip, pick it up with Jonathan.
Jonathan, what exactly are these TESCON people saying?
Well, Philip, if you can hear me from the background, these are agreed TESCON members who have raised some red flags of their album. They just organized a press conference a short while ago, and for them, it is high time the TESCON album be audited before the election held tomorrow at the Babayara Sports Stadium. I have, Philip, if you can hear me, they are chanting here, and it's a very charged atmosphere at the venue. They are saying that enough is enough. They want the album audited, and according to them, some commissions and omissions have been done, and this will jeopardize the election, which comes up tomorrow. I have one of their spokespersons here to interrogate the issues with him. You are live on Asafe 99.5.
Hello, Jonathan. If you could please position yourself so we could have an audible version.
Perhaps you have been conducting your own investigation. Who do you think is behind all these things?
All right, so Jonathan, we're going to call you back because the line is not too clear. We'll establish the call again with another line so that we can hear you clearly. Just stay there. We're coming back to you. So our technicians will work the line. We will get back to Jonathan to bring us up to speed with what is developing in the Ashanti region. But let's come back to the studio. So far, from the things that you've heard, again, Palgrave, we've talked about Northeast region, but we're hearing about some disturbances in the Ashanti region, bloated register issues and all that. Quick thoughts about that before we establish calls again and continue with this conversation.
Well, I think that the veracity of bloated register would be sorted out in the shortest possible time. Other persons that do not find their names, they need to just exercise a bit of calm. Those names will be rectified so that everybody who has the opportunity to vote will be able to exercise their democratic right in voting. One of the things that we need to be able to say is that the NPP party is not going to disenfranchise anyone at all. So let's allow all these issues to be rest assured that all these things will be happening. But really, Wilberforce, just to come to Northeast, interestingly, you know, in the 2020 general election, Mahama Alima had 45.46% of the vote.
Yes.
And Isifu Seidu had 54.04%. So the total votes that were cast for the NDC, which is the incumbent now, is 34,045. And then for the NPP, it's 28,000. So more of a bit of a margin of about 6,000 margin. But GCPP, Alo Aaron, interestingly, had 0.5%. I mean, 315. And so this is a region to watch, especially as we lead into the 2024 general election. And really, it's exciting to also see that the executives, I mean, 2/3 of them have been retained, which is a boost of confidence, which means that we should encourage them to do some more work, do some more sensitization of government's agenda, make sure that the money trickles down to the grassroots. You know, it is important that if I am permitted to speak tree, Mobile grassroots for no, take a look at the grassroots people, make sure that all of them are doing well. But I wanted to bring that context of Northeast as it relates to the party dynamics.
Great. Okay, so I'll do Northeast. Obviously,
Yes,
the home ground of the sitting vice president, who is a potential candidate for the flag bearership of the New Patriotic Party. Any thoughts
I
on?
think they have led the way, but I have a serious problem with the Haji Ali Muhammad's Gambaga Nalerugu. You see, look at the vote difference. It's just too much. It was too much. The difference between and the NDC candidate. Was this we are talking about somebody who was a minister of state, a cabinet minister. For it, and I want to see the performance of President Akufo-Addo in that particular constituency. Just simply go and see.
Yes, I think that we can easily
yes.
get President.
So you have to look at that. Is why sometimes when party grassroots they are agitating against a particular candidate, the party must listen. There were issues about Haji Ali Muhammad, even though he was a minister of state, a colossus, the party, but people were not happy with the way she was handling the constituency. And the party should have listened. Sometimes you say somebody is a heavyweight. You say heavyweight in the party. The person may not be a heavyweight in the constituency.
On the ground.
On the ground.
Mm. Okay.
So
I think in Northeast, according to the pink sheet, it's important I reference that.
Yes.
The presidential election regional results.
Yes.
CI 127.
Yes.
This reminds me of the petition.
Yes.
I think that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 122,742.
That is the region. This is the regional result.
Yes, that's the regional result.
I was talking about the constituency.
Okay.
Naleregu.
Let me pull out the constituency.
So it is whilst he looks for that.
Okay, so once you look for it, we'll go over the telephone lines because our regional correspondent in the Ashanti region is back on the line and he's going to be telling us or bringing us up to speed with the development there. So, Philip, just as you speak to Jonathan, let's take this. There's a Mount Zion on Facebook, and he says that Nana Entry Eric has won Ahafo regional secretary position. We cannot independently verify this, but this is what Mount Zion is saying over there on Facebook. Philip.
Okay, Jonathan, you were telling us about what the TESCON members are saying, the reservations regarding the Albon. You can please take off from where you left off.
Yes, so, Philip, earlier I was speaking with Clinton Anaman, who is with the TESCON at the Ghana Baptist University. He led the charge at the press conference earlier, which ended a short while ago, raising concerns about the album, that is the TESCON album. He's still here with me. Album. What exactly is the situation?
Okay, so we're still having some difficulties hearing our correspondent there, and so we will work the lines better so that we can pick his thoughts. But we also have on the line Boa Augustine, and he's live from the Western North region. And Boa Augustine is telling us that journalists have not been allowed or have been denied accreditation to cover the ongoing elections in the Western North region. So let's pick the thoughts of Augustine quickly from the Western North region and to ascertain exactly what the reasons are for journalists not being allowed to cover the elections there, Philip.
Right. What really is the situation? Has any reason been given why you're not being allowed into the election auditorium?
So up to now, what has to the extent, and the election committee they're supposed to, give us the accreditation and everything, but they are refusing to stop us. They collected our names and our media houses in the name that they are going to provide us an accreditation. But as now, nobody has given us an accreditation. So we don't know what is happening inside there, whether the election has been started or not. Nobody is doing an accreditation.
Is it the case that other people have the accreditation while others are yet to get, or you can confirm that not everyone or everyone has not been given this access?
Felix, nobody has been given an expectation. Nobody. Either the local station, the correspondent, or other media, nobody. And they are not telling us anything.
Okay.
They are just directing us to go to this person, see this person, go here and there. And it's like we don't know what is going on. So they're all stranded.
Right.
And the security, they are not allowing us to enter.
From where you stand, where exactly are you? Are you at the entrance to the venue? Are you some meters away? And from where you stand, what can you see? What can you tell us?
Well, we are just at the entrance of where the election is ongoing, where the supporters and those who said the tag items are. So we are just mingling with them here and observing how their supporters are playing themselves here.
Okay. We'll do get back to you, and hopefully you'll be able to give us more information. Thank you very much for that update.
Yes, indeed. So Augustine is going to continue monitoring the situation in the Western North region and bring us up to speed with how the elections is going there and why journalists have not been allowed. I'm sure there are some party executives and party leadership who are listening. If they are, we need journalists to cover the ongoing elections in the Western North region. So whatever it is that is blocking them, please permit them so that we can get the details to our listeners and to the people of Ghana. It's extremely important that we do that. So this is Asasi Radio, 99.5 megahertz. The show is a comprehensive coverage of election 2022 in the New Patriotic Party as far as their regions are concerned. And that is what we bring into you. My name is Wilberforce Asare. I'm in the studios with
Philip Asiao.
And our guests are Palgrave Bwachidankwa. Palgrave Bwachidankwa is government spokesperson on governance and security. And Audu Mahama is the editor for the Custodian newspaper. They joined us to bring perspective to the development. So far, we've had results coming in from the Northeast region where it appears the election has ended. It went peacefully. All executives who stood have known their fate now. So the chairman has been retained in the Northeast region. So has the secretary and several others also retaining their seat. However, in that region, the treasurer has lost his position. And so he will move on to do some other things in the New Patriotic Party. So guys, let's come back. We are awaiting more results from various places. Yes.
On Facebook as well, our viewers are interacting with us. And in response to the chairperson for Northeast region who won, Hussein Nuruddin, Somalia Yakubu says congratulations to him. NPP has won. And also people watching us live have also been telling us some of the things that they also have from their quarters. I'm sure a lot more people are also observing the elections. And Akokeri Tero Jr. also says that he's watching us live from Akokeri. And Mount Zion also was giving us, as he indicated earlier, that Nana Entry Eric has won from Ahafo region. Of course, we'll touch base with our correspondent to give us that verification.
Okay, so we have our correspondent from the Savannah region who has joined us now to bring us details from happenings there in the Savannah region where they just began the election. So tell us, our correspondent, Washiru, what's happening at Savannah? What's accounting for the delay? What excuses have been made for same? Washiru, are you there?
Yeah, just like you stated, voting have just started some few minutes ago. It actually delayed, which I cannot explain for now. But what I am learning is that some delegates were delaying this particular voting, where they were still lodging at where they left last night. So leading to the delay this afternoon.
Washiru, do we know how many people are expected to vote in the Savannah region?
In the Savannah region, we have 173 delegates who are expected to cast their vote. And currently, voting is ongoing.
Indeed. Keep an eye on developments there in the Savannah region. And when next we come to you, we would like you to tell us the statistics of how many have voted so far and when the election observers and election organizers intend to finish the election process there. So again, this is Asasi Radio. We're bringing you a comprehensive coverage of the NPP's 2022 regional elections, and I'm doing this together with my colleague Philip Asiao, and we have two guests in the studio: Palgrave Bwachidankwa, government spokesperson for governance and security, and Audu Mahama. Audu Mahama is the editor of the Custodian newspaper. Let's come back to the studio, Philip. Developments now, how do you see them?
For me, I think interesting. Some we've been able to predict. Some also looks like there can be some surprises, but that's the beauty of election. We commenced with Northeast, and Northeast we're able to physically do the analysis because basically they are done. No violence incident and very peaceful. I think that they were moving in unity as far as the executives were concerned, such that we saw only one person being dropped. And from the little inferences we did here, people who usually handle the figures can sometimes be unpopular. But I'm sure if we go down there might be other factors accounting for this. But if you're looking at the region on a whole, you will see that it's been a region that I'm sure the New Patriotic Party is very pleased with, given their performance and also their track record as it stands now. If you take the very latest election, national election that was held in this country, I'm referring to the 2020 presidential elections, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, in the region did well. He was able to pull 122,742, representing 51.37%, whilst his closest contender, John Mahama of the NDC, pulled 112,306, representing 47% as well. And over the years, if you look at the parliamentary seats, it's been the NPP that has been able to really move up to ensure some dominance. In 1996, if you start the journey from 1996, the NPP actually could not boast of seats in the region, of course, because the NDC had dominated. In the latest election, you find out that the NPP is actually riding on the majority of the seats in that particular region. And if you look at the numbers, I think it's been very interesting. And if you look at the figures or the personalities involved, the Northeast region has Tripone constituency as part of it. The Honorable Abdul Razak Tahido is there. The Wale constituency, Honorable Lariba Abudu, and also the Yagaba Kabori constituency, Honorable Mustafa Usif, the Minister for Youth and Sports, and also the Yonyo constituency, Honorable Oscar Liwao. And this gives the MPP an upper hand in the region as far as parliamentary seats are concerned. We do know that as far as these regional elections are concerned, the ultimate goal is the next elections. So you are looking at people, their track record, what they have done, and the team that is coming into force, how they can fit into the national agenda to be able to get a victory for the party. So I think the Northeast, they have led the pace, or they have set the pace. They are done, and I don't really have a lot of reservations with the people who have been re-elected, and also the signals we picked up prior to the election. So far as we're able to predict, and then it came to pass.
Okay.
We are not necessarily prophets.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the developments in the central region. You want to make a point? Okay, quick.
Right.
You realize that MPP, presidential, they lost both presidential and parliamentary. But President Akufo-Addo had 48%, whilst the former minister, Haji Alima, had 45%. Now, there was a problem with that particular region.
No, which year, which results?
2020, I'm talking of 2020.
Okay, 2020,
yes.
Are you sure it was 48? I think it was 2016 that it was 48, but 2020 it was 51 for President Akufo-Addo.
Okay, 51.
Yes.
Okay. But Hajia got, if you look at Hajia's results.
Which region are you looking at?
Northeast.
Northeast.
Yes.
No, Northeast.
Okay, in the Northeast region, the results that I have here for 2020 is that the new President Akufo-Addo had 122,742.
The region. I'm talking of the constituency. I want to say something about the
constituency. Wait, not the... So
not the region. You are talking about the region. I'm talking of Nalerugu, Gambaga.
Just Nalerugu. Okay,
if you look at the region, Akufo-Addo actually won the region.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
I am specifically talking about Nalerugu. The reason why both Akufo-Addo and Hajia lost in the
region, in the constituency. Okay, great.
There was issue about sighting of the regional capital, when the region was created. My understanding is that Gambaga is traditionally the stronghold of the UP tradition. But the regional capital was sited in Nalerugu. So there was
instead of Wale Wale.
Instead of Gambaga.
Gambaga. Okay.
So there was confusion.
Yes, I remember there was a talk that they wanted to give it to Wale Wale because it will honor the vice president.
Yes.
That was his hometown and all that.
Yes.
And that was discarded.
It's discarded.
Yes.
You know, traditionally the Yagbonwura is in Nalerugu.
Okay.
How do you call is it Yagbonwura? Yes, in Nalerugu. That's the.
Okay, so we'll make some time to talk about those
I
details.
have the results.
Yes.
I have the
that is
results
it.
for Northeast.
Not Northeast. I mean, not for Northeast. NPP won.
Okay.
NPP won there.
For the
Gambaga.
Bangaga.
Yes.
The presidential race.
29,123.
Yes.
And
Yes,
then that's for president.
Representing
Yes.
47.03%.
And then John Dramani Mahama.
Please speak to the microphone. Yes.
John Dramani Mahama is 31,524.
Yes.
For that particular constituency.
Yes.
For the
So
presidential.
MPP lost both parliamentary and presidential, and I'm giving you the reason why. So what contributed to the loss of MPP in that particular constituency? Because if you look at 2016, MPP won handsomely 2016 in that particular constituency.
Okay, so for our viewers on Facebook, you can see that we put up the from our portal the Northeast region results for the MPP's elections, and all the 10 contested positions are there. So from the chairmanship to the vice chairmanship to the second vice chairman, secretary, assistant secretary, treasurer, organizer, youth organizer, women's organizer, Nasara coordinator, all the names are there. It's on Facebook. It's also going to be live on our website. You can take a look at it. These are the elected officers. We're focusing on just the elected officers. So for chairmanship, you see Hussein Nuruddin there, chosen as the chairman, retained his position. For first vice, you see Ibrahim Gado. And for second vice, you see Abdul Rahman Garba. For secretary, you see Sule Sambian. And then assistant secretary, Yamusa Ibrahim. And then for treasurer, that is the new treasurer that has been elected, Francis Kombong. I hope I got that right. And then Amos is the organizer-elect. And then there is also Mumuni Nuruddin, he's a youth organizer, and Omo Abubakar is the women's organizer over there. Is this the Umu I know? Ohime should confirm that for me. I don't know whether it's the Umu I know, but this is Umu Abubakar is a women organizer, and then there is Ahmed Sadat, elected as the Nasara coordinator. Okay, so guys, I just wanted us to talk about the central region. Yeah. The central region, because central region elections have been postponed because of an injunction. You know, at the just ended constituency elections that took place in the central region, there were about 4 constituencies that did not have their elections. And one of them is Ekumfi. And Ekumfi is the place where a suit has emanated from, which has led to the party suspending the regional elections in that particular region. There were other places that also didn't, like Asin North didn't hold this election. And then there was also Echimokwa also did not hold the elections. However, it appears the Ekumfi people are those who are aggrieved and have proceeded to court. So tell us, Palgrave, what's going to happen in the central region? Have you picked any signals? What's going to happen? When is the elections going to happen?
So I think that, generally during such elections, especially for such an elitist political party, you would find people really do certain things like we are seeing court injunction and all of that. It's very typical of the New Patriotic Party, our political party. But I think that in the shortest possible time, we should be able to restore back to the electoral processes.
Do you know the return date for the case in court? I know that it was filed on 25th, but there was no return date on the document that I cited. Have you heard anything?
As it is now, I haven't heard anything. But I'm sure that in the course of the processes of this weekend, we should be able to get some feedback for the good people of this country.
Okay, so the contest in the central region, essentially the chairman, the incumbent chairman, Kutin, is the one who is dominating. Those who filed the suit are saying that they believe that the Ekumfi constituency contributes greatly to the one who wins regional elections in the central region. And so to the extent that they are being denied means that there is some kind of intention on the side of the leaders to prevent them from participating and choosing who becomes their regional executives. Have you read in between the lines? Is this an argument that should hold?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that the dynamics of whatever happens in a particular constituency influences the decision of the region. The central region has almost always in successive elections been a decider. I mean, central region, Greater Accra, you can't take it away from them as central region. I mean, these three regions have almost always been a decider. And it's important that we take a closer look at what is happening in there.
Okay. So, Audu, tell us about your thoughts on central region, the developments there.
Yes. It's so, I don't know, it's about Kumfi. Kumfi.
Yes. The Kumfi constituency.
Yes. This is a coincidence where the Nkume regional chairman says that the chairman for that constituency had issues with him, and therefore he should be disqualified for participating in this current election. That's what is coming up there, and he feels that if the constituency is elected, they hold the constituency elections, all the delegates there will go against him, and therefore he will put a stop to the particular to that election, and that is not good enough. That's not fair. Why will you use your personal issues with somebody to disqualify the whole constituency from voting, taking part in the election? I think they have a point. Look, you cannot disenfranchise people when they are legitimate. They are supposed to be there. And the regional minister, look, if you have done your work so well, regional chairman, incumbent chairman, if you have done your work so well, you should not be afraid of competition and preventing people through ridiculous means.
Okay, so there's someone on Facebook, he goes by the name Zim, and he says that the overlord of Mamprugu Kingdom is called Nayiri.
Sorry, Nayiri.
Not Yagbongra.
Yagbongra
is the overlord of Gonja Kingdom. Yes. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Zem, for your education. Yes, indeed. All right, so this is Asasi Radio, 99.5 megahertz. We're bringing you a live coverage of the regional elections of the New Patriotic Party. We can promise you that as the results come in, we will be bringing them to you. So far, 7 regions are having their elections today. So we have one of the regions completing, and we have the results from the Northeast region. We've put them out. We will continue to announce them as and when we go on. But let's quickly take these.
Wilberforce, the central region again. I think that's where the party should focus on. Also focus on central region. There are issues going on there. The party. This is a swing region. If you don't handle the issues on the ground well, it will have an effect in the general election.
You know, it was one of the regions that I was really looking forward to, and I feel that the postponement leaves us in suspense. Like, it would have been good to really know the outcome. You know, when the suspense is becoming too much, then
it creates more challenges.
But 30 people, we are told, if you look at the stats, are vying for the 10 vacant positions. 3 people are contesting for chairman, 3 people for vice chairman, and then also 2 for secretary, youth organizer, and organizer positions. The chairman for the party, surprisingly, some time back, I saw him on people's status elevating him for chairmanship.
I think that he changed his mind.
So at the point,
you see, the national chairmanship is not an easy thing, especially for an elephant political party. He had to make sure that he knows the grounds of central region. It's safer for him.
But there was also this conspiracy theory that his opponents were pushing him there.
If you ask them, they'll tell you, "Oh, I'm not aware."
Exactly.
But he never came out to say
exactly. So people who are saying that it is opponents who wanted him to move out of the region. So let's say that he's going to contest the national election, and then he will leave the region for us.
Sometimes he's also testing the waters, because I saw him. He wasn't projected, and that might have even informed other people to venture into the race, because if you had the chairman exiting, but I saw recently that he was really in the thick and thing of it. And also, Alfred Thompson.
Yes.
The former deputy MD of the National Investment Bank as well. He's also
he's the third Contestant.
Contestant. No, but if you say he's the third contestant.
No, I mean,
don't agree with
I'm
you.
not
it's
not
just
in
in
terms
the
of
manner in which the
not
names
in
are written.
No,
One
it's
of the
not.
contestants.
well, okay, if you want
Not
to,
as though he's the
no,
last.
you see, okay, there are three. Let me mention the three. Dr. Isibu, who is a ideal college man.
Yes.
And you also have the Kutin and our own friend Alfred
Alfred
Thompson.
Thompson
Yes,
as
so
well. So
I
one
am
of
not
the-
saying that he's going to be number three.
No, you
I'm only mentioning the people.
Okay. Which constituency were we looking at in Central Region? Because I pulled up the data.
The Ekunfi.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Asasi Radio. We're bringing you a live coverage of the NPP regional elections. Let's go all the way to the Ahafo region now.
I found the
You found it? Okay, all right. Quickly, so we
You
can
know,
go to
quickly,
Ahafo.
You know, Wilberforce, even before I do this, I really need to commend the EC because all the data is available on their website. I mean,
Everything.
I'm not sure I've seen this ever in this country, which really.
As for AC, if we
we
want
need
to, there will be a day for us to talk about EC.
really need to commend them. But I mean, in Ekunfi, clearly, yes, President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 13,120, and flag bearer John Dramani Mahama had 16,002. So it's a very it's a strong.
So
vote.
there's a vote difference of about.
That's about 3,000.
So Mr. Mahama had 3,000 more.
Yes,
Than
than
President
Akufo-Addo.
Akufo-Addo.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So it means that it's
So
a place of concern.
It's a place of concern.
Yes.
Remember, NPP has won the seat before. In fact, 2016, NPP won the seat, Ekunfi seat. Check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
NPP
So
won the
let's
seat.
go to Ahafo region, and our correspondent from Ahafo region, Daniel Donko, is on the line. Earlier on, he told us that the counting was starting over there in Ahafo. So, Philip, let's engage Daniel. Let him bring us updates on what's developing.
Right, Daniel, you're live on Asasi Radio as well. How is the process so far? Has there been any winners that have been declared by the EC, of course?
Yes, Philip, the election just ended. And then after the election, there were 145 delegates who voted elections. The income of Kwabena Osusechere put 49 votes. And his close contender was Robert Safu Mensah. He put 43, and the rest of them, they put 2, 3, and thereabout. When it gets to the vice chair position.
No, so Daniel, hold on. So Daniel, tell us. So what you're saying is that the incumbent chairman of Ahafo region for the New Patriotic Party has been re-elected.
Yes.
Okay, great.
When you come to Ahafo, he has been re-elected with the 49 votes.
Okay, and his name again in full, you say his name is Kwabena
Osusechere.
Kwabena Owusu-Sechere. Okay, all right.
Osusechere.
Okay.
And when you get to the vice chair position, Justice Apia Entry, he put 126 votes with, I would say, his close contender, 10 votes in the name of Frederick Ansa Bene. He put 10 votes. And second vice chair, the winner is Osei Bonsu Collins. He put 88 votes, with a close contender being Houston. That is, he put 55 votes. When you go to the secretary position, Gausu Mohammed Bawa, he put 47 votes, with Wache Albert Okuo, he put 43 votes. And the Assistant Secretary Abdullahi Jafaro, he put 49 votes. Treasurer Eugene Kusi Boate, he put 86 votes. The organizer elected is Prince Mustafa, he put 49 votes.
Okay, so Daniel, these are results from Ahafo region, I want to believe, right?
Yeah, these are certified results from the Electoral Commission in the Ahafo region.
Okay, so we need you to send this certified results to our portal so that we can translate them into presentations that we can send around to our listeners and our viewers and all that. So, Daniel, any other developments that you want to bring to us? Everything has ended, all stuff closed?
Yeah, Wilberforce, everything has ended, and I'll say the delegates or their aspirants, they've moved to the various houses of their elected executives to enjoy themselves or maybe discuss one or two things. So as I'm speaking now, none of them is here. It's left with a few people who are here seated discussing one or two issues.
Okay, Daniel, thank you very much. Daniel is our correspondent in the Ahafo region, and he's been bringing us up to speed with developments there in the Ahafo. Daniel Donko. And he says, Palgrave, he says that the chairman has been retained, except that the names that he's giving is a bit confusing for me because of the portal I'm using here. I seem to have different names for the chairmanship position. But he says that the chairman is Kwabena Owusu Sechere. Is it the same data you have for Ahafo?
So, yes, so on Ahafo, the data that I have, Sechere was not one of the persons that was coming up. He was quite unpopular. I think that we were looking towards Robert Odro Mensah because, I mean, as at the data on the ground, Odro Mensah seemed to have been the person that was the most likely candidate.
Sechere is the incumbent.
Sechere is the incumbent.
Okay.
So it means that, I mean, if EC has certified that, we congratulate.
And it was a very close election, actually, because he won 49 votes, and the Robert you mentioned got 43. So the vote difference is just
clearly.
6. Yes.
I think there will be a trend in this election. So far. Look, if you look at Ahafo, we have 6 constituencies. They have region. NPP won 4, NDC won 2.
In the last election?
2020.
Okay.
So incumbent may have played a part in MPP's success.
Okay.
And therefore, he probably being rewarded. You see, sometimes when you go to the ground, you talk to the people. You know the people are not the delegates. People will tell you that we want this person changed. But the delegates will probably know who they think can do the job, who they want. Yeah. And that's sometimes, in doing research on these kind of elections, you have to look at the delegates. If you go and do, I don't know how the thing was done.
Yeah, but I can understand why people will be looking out for other people as well. If you look at the difference, he won with a difference of 6.
Oh, wait.
But
people, in fact, in the 2016 elections, some people won with 3. You remember MP3? MP3.
One.
I think Dominic Kwabena
the chairman last time won by a slim majority. But my point is that because you have so many people supporting as close numbers, it gives you the impression that everyone is winning.
No, how many people actually contested for the chairmanship?
There were about 4.
You see, that is also another problem. You see, the incumbent votes will be. You see, those people, if they were just 2 people, all the people against the incumbent would have voted for that.
But the point is that the total number of people who voted is 145.
You add all the others to the second person and see whether he would not have beaten the incumbent.
Okay, all right, I get it. Okay,
so they should have joined forces.
Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to actually take him out.
But you know what, guys? So far, 7 regions are having elections. Yes. Out of the results we have now, 2 regions appear to have retained the incumbent chairman. Now, the chairmanship position is probably the most important in this whole election. Key. So 2 regions have maintained. Is it a sign of things to come?
And I'm talking of their performance. I'm talking of the performance of the particular regions. If you look at the first one we did, they also had 6 constituencies, and NPP won 4. If you go
that is the northeast. Yes. Okay.
If you go to this one, Ahafo, 6 constituencies, NPP again won 4 out of the 6. So it means that, look, the people have some confidence in the current leadership. That's why I'm saying that if you come to other regions who will see a particular...
Whether it will be the same. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that so far, I think it's early days yet though, but the trend I'm seeing is that the regions where they retain the incumbents are regions they did well in the last election as well. So that's the trend for now.
So if that is the trend, then what we are saying is that the incumbent in Ashanti region will be maintained.
No. That's not what.
That is a problem.
In fact, an interesting one. But
in fact, he will be, if you follow the trend, it means he will be dropped. If you follow the trend,
No, but
Which
but
trends are you talking
I
about
am
now?
talking of performance.
Performance.
If you look at the presidential in 2016, when NPP had 76% in Ashanti region. In 2020, 71%. If you look at the parliamentary, NPP had 44 constituencies in Ashanti region. In 2020, they have 43.
Yeah, but you see, I get it that that's more detailed inference, but people would also see it as, were you able to give us a victory or not? Did you have
It is our
your
victory.
candidate?
Look at the margin of
the
victory.
margin.
Look,
Because they have, I have
people come to Ashanti region,
right.
because we are not on Ashanti region is not conducting its election today. We would have gone into the details.
Right.
Ashanti,
If
the
you look
trend in
at
Ashanti region since 1996, we would have gone to, in fact, let's say post Rawlings, because Rawlings' era was different.
So from
Look at
2000.
2000, we would have gone into the performance of NPP. Even how NPP performs to win elections in this kind of general election in Ashanti region. If NPP, or in all elections, if NPP performed below 71%, it lost. NPP lost the election, except 2008, where NPP got 72 and still lost. But even there, NPP got first round. President Akufo-Addo then got over 100,000 votes. But since then, you look at all the elections the NPP lost, 2012, 2008. NPP got below 71% in Ashanti region. And that is what you should be looking. Now you got 76 in 2016, you dropped to 71. Do you know if he leaves the party in the region, how much NPP will be getting?
Okay, so we'll talk about the Ashanti region into details tomorrow. But in the Ahafo region, in the just ended constituency elections, in the Ahafo region, 50 executives were elected. Out of the 50, 14 were retained, as in incumbents who were retained, and 36 were newly elected executives who came into office. So that means that 28% of the incumbent executives were retained, and that by extension means that 72% new entrants came into the Ahafo region alone. And now that we know that their chairman has been retained, we look forward to getting the details from our correspondent, and we'll put that up very soon when we get it on our Facebook portals and on our website, so that you know which officers have been elected, and then we'll also be able to discuss the incumbent nature. But so far, we have results coming in from 2 out of the 7 regions that are having their elections today. The first was Northeast region, where the party chairman there was maintained, and also in the Ahafo region, which we have just been told that the party incumbent chairman in that region has also been maintained. We are awaiting results that are coming in from several other regions, and so we're going to be having results coming in from the Savannah region, from the Northern region, from Bono East, from Upper East, from Western region. So far, we have from Ahafo and we have from Eastern region. So you're going to stay with us here on Asasi Radio as we bring these results. Until we have all these results, we are not going home today. We are going to be here until we get all the results for today. But let's quickly remind you about these details.
Is taking its 10 tomorrow, Upper West region.
Yes, Upper West region is tomorrow. Yes, 28. All right, so the MPA has a message for you. The MPA has a message for you, and the MPA says that when you smell gas, the first thing you need to do is to open your doors and windows and to get rid of the gas. Now, the second thing that the NPA, the National Petroleum Authority, wants you to take note of is that if it is, you need to check and see if the gas has been left on. If you check this, the next thing you need to do, which is the third thing, is if not, there is probably a gas leakage. So turn off the regulator and call technicians to service your stove. The fourth thing, which is extremely important, they say that if it is safe to do so, try to locate the source of the leakage by applying solution of soapy water to the base of your cylinder valve or along the flexible hose. And if bubbles appear and become bigger or increase in number, then you have a leakage. Know where the leakage is. Help to prevent accidents from the home. And Kingdom Bookshops and Stationery also has a quick message for you. Kingdom Books online store, www.kingdombooks.com kingdomstoreonline.com. The online store basically allows customers to buy online without physically coming to any of our branches. Our aim is to provide a hassle-free, convenient buying experience to our customers by facilitating the online purchase and seamlessly arranging delivery to your home and offices within the catchment area. So the management of Kingdom Bookshop and Stationery Limited wish to inform the general public about reasonable time. So they are asking that if you buy from them, they would make sure that they deliver to you reasonable time, within a reasonable space of time. We offer free deliveries within Accra, Tema, and payment by mobile money and cards available. So they say that terms and conditions apply. For further information, you can call 050-6487-557. The number again is 050-6487-557. Or you can also call 050-9121-793. And again, 050-912-1793. So Kingdom Bookshop for you. Philip.
Right, this message is from FlexiPay. Says, we are pleased to inform you that there are no Momo charges when you use FlexiPay for all your transactions. FlexiPay is offering you 0% charge on all your mobile money transfers while you use FlexiPay. Download the FlexiPay app today from the iOS or Android platform so you enjoy endless possibilities. Now, the ECG also has this for you. It says the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited wishes to inform its valued customers and the general public that although we are working tirelessly to strengthen and maintain a robust distribution network, massive rainstorms and stormy wind usually cause the falling of trees, billboards, ripped roofing, etc. on our electrical conductors, resulting in major outages. The major outages that are caused by transient tippings on our feeders are restored soon after the rainstorm. However, permanent faults on our feeders will have to be rectified and may take a while to be restored by our engineers. Individual or localized outages and incidents of falling or sagging conductors within customers' vicinities should be reported to ECG call center on 0302 611 611, the nearest ECG office, or reach us on our social media handles via Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for prompt intervention. ECJ wishes to caution all and sundry to be extremely careful during rainy season not to go near any sagging or falling electrical conductor since it could be fatal. ECG, the name behind electricity in Ghana.
Great. All right. So Dauda Zikofo is our Bono East correspondent, and he is joining us on the line. He tells us, guys, that election in Bono East region has ended and counting is about starting. So let's go over to the telephone as Philip engages Dauda Zikofo.
Dauda, you're live, and I trust that is being a very worthwhile engagement for you. We understand that counting is underway. Can you give us some visual impression of how the process is going at the moment?
Yes, counting is just about to start. The voting actually, was supposed to have ended long ago, but there was some misunderstanding on the voting rights of certain people, including the National Executives and the National Council of Elders and some patrons. So the place was actually tense at a point. So all the people in the hall were asked to leave for them to resolve that particular issue. So we all left, and later, the issue was resolved. So now we have finished voting, and then voting is just about to start. So we are hoping that probably in the next few minutes, results will be declared, so we know the winner.
Do we know the total number of delegates who have voted in this particular election in the Bono East region?
Okay, so earlier we were told that a total of 293 delegates were expected to come and vote, but we will know the actual number who voted after the sorting is done.
Indeed, but tell us, did you experience any challenges during the process of voting, any misunderstanding, anything recorded?
Yes, apart from the issue that I just said, involving some patrons and the National Council of Elders, we did not experience any major incident or challenge. It was actually smooth. But earlier before the voting even started, that was when it delayed because we understand some of the delegates were just reluctant to come and vote for maybe their own reasons. But when it started, it was very smooth until the issue of the National Council of Elders and that of the patrons came in. But it has been resolved, and as I said, everything has come to an end. We are just waiting for the results to be declared. But the atmosphere now is actually tense. It's very tense because one of the candidates for the chairman, his sympathizers think that he has won in advance, and to them they feel like they may be cheated, and so they have caused a lot of noise and agitation.
Okay, so so Zikofo, tell us, who are the major contenders for the position of chairmanship, as you mentioned?
We have 3 candidates, but one of them, since the beginning of this contest, it appears he has been dormant, So we can talk about 2. The incumbent regional chairman, that is Thomas Eduapia, and one top contender, Ibrahim Bukari. So he's the one claiming to have won the thing in advance. So his people are actually making a lot of noise here, saying that they have won in advance and are ready to jubilate, but they feel like they may be cheated in a way. So they have mounted vigilance all over, and they are quite never to allow what they anticipate to happen.
All right, so that's Dauda Zikofo. He's our correspondent in the Bono East region. He tells us that elections have ended in the Bono East region and counting is underway. Soon we will get the results from the 293 delegates who are expected to vote in the Bono East region. He tells us that the contention for the chairmanship position is between Thomas Edu Apia and Ibrahim Abubakar, I should say. And so we wait to get the results coming in from the Bono East region. But let me come to you, Palgrave.
Who is the incumbent?
Yes, that's the incumbent. He says is Thomas Edu Apia.
Yes, Thomas is going to take it.
Thomas is going to take it. You are so confident.
From the research I did on the ground.
But
it's not Bono East.
Yes, that's Bono East.
Bono East. Yes, Thomas is going to take it. You see, because also Bono East is a stronghold. I don't know how the stronghold looks like, but in the 2020 election,
yes,
John Dramani Mahama had 54.7%.
Yes,
and then President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo had 44.3%. Yes, and so clearly, I mean, you could see a bit more of the dynamics at that side.
Look, Belgrave has done it. Before he continues, your correspondent, what does he say? He said which people are jubilating.
He says that the supporters of Ibrahim Bubakar Baba are the ones who are jubilating.
Look, I am tempted to believe those who are jubilating now. than the incumbent. I know. Than the incumbent. You see, sometimes there are few ones that you may have wrong.
Absolutely, yeah, I don't doubt that. Yes, I don't doubt it.
Yes. But even because of what I'm saying, look at there are 11 seats constituencies in that particular region.
Yes.
NPP got only 3.
Yes, only 3.
Only 3. And NDC got 8. Look at the performance of presidential. Look, if you look at the recreation of the regions, Bono will come to the whole of, I will total when it was BA, 1.5 region.
But traditionally,
the areas,
the area has always voted
NDC.
For the NDC.
Yes. But look, it doesn't matter. If you look at the percentages, in 2016, how in that particular area, how many people actually, you look at the seats, because the seats are there, the seats have not been changed. It's only that the seats are being apportioned among the regions. So you look at the region, in 2016, this particular constituency that is now in Bono East, when it was in BA, Brona Hafu region, did the NPP win or lose? That's how you do the analysis. And we see whether the chairman and his team did well.
Okay, so in 2020,
yes,
in the general elections it's Bono East. In the Bono East, President Akufo-Addo had 185,885, which represented 44.29%.
Okay.
Mr. Mahama had 229,530, which represented 54.69%. That it was in 2020. Yes. In 2016, let me quickly bring you the 2016 figures in the Bono East region. And in the Bono East region, President Akufo-Addo had 164,107, represented 45.89%. Mr. Mahama had 189,029, which represented 52.80%. So even in just these two elections that President Akufo-Addo won in both elections, 2016 and 2020, the percentage...
No, you cannot, because 2020, the regions are different.
No, the results that we have still demarcated to fit there's been divided. Yes, so we can tell that these results came in from just Bono region in 2016 and also in 2012. So you would see that even in terms of percentages, in 2016, when President Akufo-Addo won massively in the elections, the percentage difference was 45 for President Akufo-Addo and 52 for Mr. Mahama. In 2020, when President Akufo-Addo again won, but you cannot say that it was a massive win as compared to 2012 or 2016. The percentage was 44.29% for President Akufo-Addo and 54.69% for
But then,
Mr. Mahama.
Wilberforce, we lost 2 seats in the 2020 general election because in the 2016 general election, we had 5 seats. When we came into the 2020 general election, we had lost 2. And giving the other 2 to the NDC. So clearly it means
the
that
fact of the matter is,
the NDC is gaining more grounds.
The fact of the matter is it was a Bono East that contributed to NPP downfall in 2020. If you look at BA as a whole, NPP had 20 seats, NDC had 9.
Okay. When you say Bono, it means you are adding all the 3 regions.
All the 3.
Okay.
That is 2016. NPP had 20, NDC had 9. But if you come to 2020, NPP had 13. NDC had 16 cumulatively.
So NPP lost a total of 7.
7. And Bono East contributed largely to this kind of drop.
Of course, 3 out of the 7 came from only Bono East.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. That look, it doesn't matter how the region has been apportioned. They perform. The constituencies are already there. It's just that they put them. They just took the constituencies and placed them under these regions. So look at 2016. If you go to Bono East, there are regions that MPP won, constituencies that MPP won in 2016, but lost them badly in 2020.
So that tells you that
though that particular area has been stronghold of NDC.
Okay, so Philip, the document that I have here, which tells us about the election results from the constituency level in the Bono East region, a total of 108 executives were elected at the constituency level. Out of that, 49 were incumbents who were retained, and 59 were new entrants who were voted into office. So that means that the retention rate in the Bono East region was 45% as compared to other regions. In fact, if you look at the portal, it is the 3rd region that had a lot of retentions. The first was Northeast, 52, and the second was Eastern region, 46%, and then in the Bono East region, 45%. So is it a sign of things to come when you look at the when we put the regional elections into perspective?
Yeah, I think that still issues of mixed reactions there, especially when the retention rate, I'm trying to still draw the correlation whether places where you had high retention automatically meant that you had more of the incumbent executive winning or losing. We've had 2 regions come up with that, but clearly we have, I think, understood and we have set the parameters that this is a region that the NPP needs to do a lot of work.
Yes.
Where you are only enjoying 2 members of parliament at the moment.
3.
It's Techiman South and Peru West. my checks.
No,
Techiman South.
The Bono
is,
East, no, they are 3. They are supposed to be 3.
Well, Techiman South, Martin,
Bono East is 3.
Bono East 3.
West,
Bono East is 3.
Okay, so we'll check and get the third one.
Then the third one, because there's Techiman South and Prue West. So even if it's, there's still a lot more to be done in this region as far as the New Patriotic Party is concerned. And you when you look at the figures, how far they've come from 2020 till now, the gains and then the surpluses, because you know that sometimes you might necessarily have a lead, but then if you're looking at the actual figures, you might have advanced.
The other region is Kintampo South.
Kintampo South
I think
as well.
for the first time.
For the first time. Okay.
South,
So it's Techiman South, Prue West, and then Kintampo South as well. Still, a lot more needs to be done
in that region, because that area actually is pretty.
Yeah, so someone just texted that on our portal, Collins Asante Ifa. He says Kintampo South. Yes. So thank you very much, Collins Asante, for your message. Yes. Okay, so what it also says, Palgrave, is that the new executives who are whose fate is going to be decided or are being decided as we speak, because they are counting, have a lot of responsibility to shore up the performance of the New Patriotic Party in the Bono East region. How huge is the task?
Well, absolutely. I think that is extremely very huge. It cannot be discounted at all. I did my research. I'm sure that I might be proven wrong because since the people have started rejoicing,
the rejoicing doesn't really mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything to the issues on the ground.
If you have been a pool agent before, when you see the pile of ballot papers,
when they start sorting out,
that's you. Clearly, yes. And they count, and you see that your candidate has a particular number. You look at the total number of voters. You know that.
But Robert, even in Kintampo South, there was a margin of close to about 3,000 difference between candidate Mahama and President Nana Akufo-Addo. President Akufo-Addo in Kintampo South
actually lost.
Yeah, he lost. He had 16,461. And John Dramani Mahama had 19,456. So that's clearly it's a very it's a stronghold, and the executives that are coming in really have a lot of work to do to make sure that we win the seats that we lost and even win more in the run up to the 2024 general election.
If you're having a microscopic view on this particular constituency as well, and I think the MP for the area, Alexander Jan, as it were, and this is his first time also in Parliament. This was one of the gains that in 2020 were made, but because of the tie in the numerical strength between the majority and the minority with the 13713, it didn't come up. But this was one of the seats, as well as Damango, and then also Hohoi, and then Amasaman as well. These were seats that
actually,
these are the seats that the NPP took away from the NDC.
For the first time, actually.
For the first time. But because of the way they hung Parliament, so then we couldn't really acknowledge them.
Nobody has really been interested in the gains compared to the tie.
The tie.
Okay. The attention is more on the tie. Okay. All right. So this is Asazi Radio 99.5 megahertz. We are awaiting results and details from the Bono East region. So far, we have elected officers for the Northeast region and also for the Ahafo region. We're waiting the results from the Bono East. We are also going to be having results coming in from 4 other regions in this coverage of today, because today is 7 regions are having their elections. So we are waiting results from the Savannah region, from the Northern region, from the Upper East region, and then also from the Western North region. So far, we have for the Northeast region and for the Ahafo region, and we are awaiting currently results coming in from is it Northeast or Bono East? Which is the last one we just did with? It's the Bono East. So we've done Ahafo and we've done Northeast. We are waiting for the Bono East results. Okay, so let's turn our attention as we
actually have only two regions.
We have 2 regions now. Yes, in terms of results. Yes. Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break, and those of you who are joining us on Facebook, please don't leave us, because a lot more results are coming in from all the regions that we are keeping an eye on. My name is Robert Sasari. I'm in the studio together with Philip Asiao, and this is your Election Nerve Center, Asasi Radio. Stay tuned.
precious moments have we missed? Isn't it time to go on a cruise to see the world again? To see each other safely the way we deserve to be treated? Experience a cruise of a lifetime with your cruise people. Book a cruise this year to discover the Mediterranean, Southern Africa, and Europe.
Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, hit to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land. Pan-African is who we are. Accuracy is how we represent. Integrity is what we believe in. Constructive journalism is the tone of our profession. And we speak as the voice of our land. So when the drums of creativity sound and the gongs clang, when vegetations thrive and the people rise, high above the voice of doubt, the voice of despair, and the voice of impossibility, we trust that deep within, the people know to respond to a call of duty, to society and country, the voice of equality and transformation, the voice of our assassin, the voice of our land. Hear it, heed to it, walk with it. Assassin Radio 99.5, the voice of our land.
And so clearly you could see that.
Which year?
That's 2016.
Okay.
2016.
Yes.
Yes. But in 2020, NPP had 3 seats.
Yes.
And then NDC had 4 seats. In terms of presidential, also in the Savannah region, I mean, clearly, President Nana Akufo-Addo had 35.2% in 2020. And then candidate John Dramani Mahama had 63%.
There was an improvement.
Yes, I mean, improvement clearly from 2016, because in 2016, President Akufo-Addo had 33.4%, and then candidate Mahama had 64. Yeah. So clearly you could see that there's massive improvement. And so whoever becomes the chairman, I mean, it's important to be able to state that the region is controlled by the chairman. The leadership of the chairman, the character of the chairman, the enthusiasm of the chairman, the political agility of the chairman, the chairman's ability. I think there was one particular region in the Volta region where there's a female candidate springing up, Grace.
You mean one constituency?
Yes, one constituency in the Volta region. So really, I'm not sure we've seen in the regional elections any female popping up yet for chairmanship in the region. We haven't seen that on orthodox growth in that trajectory. But really, it's important for us to also state that region is important for the 2024 general election, because we need to be able to gain more seats in the Savannah region to be able to increase our numbers in the region. If we can take 2 extra from the NDC, that brings us to 5.
Now, Savannah, Savannah is the home region of Mr. Mahama, who, for all intents and purposes, is likely to be the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress. Yes.
That is why I think this chairman should be retained. He will be retained. That's my prediction, that he'll be retained. If you look at the performance, out of 7, NPP got 3, and NDC got 4. That's the home region of NDC candidate. And in fact, but for last-minute challenges in Salaga South, NPP would have retained that seat. You look at the difference. Salaga South, look at the difference between the NPP candidate got 19,000, and the NPP candidate got 19,000, and the NDC candidate got 20,000.
So that was close.
That was close. And in fact, the MP was a regional minister. The MP who lost, MPP candidate, was a regional minister, and he was incumbent MP then. But he lost. There were challenges, some chieftaincy issues, and what I heard was that the man kept everything to himself. He thought he could handle it. And last minute, when the national officers got to the ground, they got to know that they should have started doing something earlier. And that was why NDC, NPP lost a seat. So I think that the chairman will be retained. That's my prediction.
So you're predicting that Chairman Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana should be retained there.
So.
Okay.
I think that he should be retained. Looking at the performance.
I agree with you on this very one.
You agree with his prediction?
With his prediction on this very one.
Okay. So
you spoke about one other region. Is it Upper East?
Yes, in the upper, we'll come to talk about the Upper East region. I just wanted us to deal with the savannah there. Yes. Okay, so let's go over to the telephone lines because our correspondent from the Volta region, Albert Kuzo, tells us that the TESCON in the Volta region are agitating over alleged plans to rig the elections. The TESCON is saying that some elections, some plan is being hatched to rig the elections there. I don't know where the suspicions are coming from, but Albert Kuzo is on the line. He says that they just organized a press conference. So let's go over to Albert. Let's engage Albert and know exactly what the challenges are with the TESCON in the Volta region, Philip.
Albert, what is TESCON saying in your region?
So some TESCON members or executives from some 17 registered institutions in the Volta region are currently under a press conference. They are raising a couple of issues as far as tomorrow's election is concerned. Number one is that they have removed a couple of names, that is executives of TESCON from the various tertiary institutions in the region from the register, and replaced these names with non-students and even market women. They alleged that when they went through the documents this morning, they realized that a lady who is currently working with the NYA T region has been featured or fixed in the register to vote tomorrow. They also mentioned that they went through the list or the register and they realized that a market woman in the whole central market name is now on the register. And meanwhile, executives from the tertiary institutions names are nowhere to be found on the register. Now, they are alleging that the incumbent chairman of the NPP in the Volta wants to rig the election tomorrow so that he maintains power. The man is actually seeking to be in office again. The other day, he told us actually news that he has done a couple of things for the NPP in the Volta region. That is why he needs to be re-elected again. But the TESCON members in the Volta region are saying that he has done nothing. They are not satisfied with him. And they are alleging that he's the one behind this, removing their names from the register. These are some of the issues the TESCON members are raising in the Volta region.
Okay. I know you are there, but have you had the opportunity to get any response from the leadership of the party in the region?
Great. So just yesterday, I was able to interact with the election committee and some of the aspirants, including the chairman, the incumbent chairman. Now, you realize that the incumbent chairman is saying all allegations that are against him now are just things that some factions that are against him trying to do just to damage his image. But if you go down to the ground, the grassroots are also saying that no, the man has done nothing over this year. Some of the incumbent officers have done nothing. They've just misled the party. They didn't work to their satisfaction. That is why they want to remove them from office. So for the executives, they'll be replying to allegations. Just that they are saying all these are just mere allegations just to damage their images.
Okay, I know this is just one happening at the moment in the region ahead of the election. What are the other events that you can actually update us with? Are there other events that should be of interest to us as the region prepares for the regional elections?
Well, campaign is still underway. They've secured the whole technical university premises for the election tomorrow. And as we speak, they are decorating the area with party colors. Aspirants are, flagging their posters and pictures all over. And aside that, the region is
coupled with these allegations, issues from the various candidates as well as delegates. Some of the delegates you speak with them, they are speaking clearly that they don't just want some of the incumbents again, they want new faces in the region or to steer the affairs of the region. So these are some of the minor issues raising in the voter region as far as the election is concerned.
All right, Albert Kuzo there. Albert Kuzo is our voter regional correspondent, bringing us details on the TESCON press conference, complaining about some allegations of attempts to rig the elections, which is going to be held tomorrow. But we have again on the line now Henry Kokofu. Henry Kokofu is the executive director, I want to believe, of the Environmental Protection Agency and also the secretary to the election committee in the Ashanti region. There are rumors making the rounds that Ashanti region's elections have been postponed indefinitely. Henry Kokofu says that is not true. He joins us on the line. Sir, please tell us, what is really the situation in the Ashanti region as far as the regional elections are concerned? Is it postponed or not?
Good evening to you and listeners. The Ashanti regional executive election is coming on tomorrow, 8 a.m. from at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium without fear. God willing.
All right, so we told that some people are making allegations over or raising concerns over your album. Is there a credible album available for this election coming on tomorrow?
It is not album. It is not the album of the planning committee or the election committee. It is the album generated by New Party from the national head office, our headquarters, downloaded to us to use as the legitimate register for delegates who are going to cast their votes. So if anybody has any doubt, if there is any grievances to speak, that person has the privilege and the right to petition the body of appeal, court of appeal, the body that has been mandated to receive petitions and appeals. This one is headed by Honorable Danbuche, MP, and his team. So it is not of any essence for anybody to accuse we are the elections committee of attempting to rig any elections. We did not generate the album from here. In fact, we are acting for and on behalf of the National Party. So we do not have the mandate to generate a register or album. It was handed down to us by the National Party.
Okay, so we get to talk about the venue and all that, but back to the first question that I asked you, and that's because a radio station in the Ashanti region named Inshira FM 104.5 in the Ashanti region is the station purporting to announce that the NPP Ashanti regional executive elections postponed indefinitely. Is your election committee aware of this publication, and what's your position on it?
Who is the author of the publication?
Can you say that again?
Pardon?
No, you asked the question, but I didn't hear you clearly.
You don't know the author of the source or the origin of the publication?
Well, all that we know is that it is an online story that is posted by...
It's not that. It's a scam.
It's a scam?
Yes.
Okay.
They would not do it due to the contempt it deserves.
Okay.
Yesterday, the committee headed by Honorable Regional Minister, we met with all the contestants and we spelled out all the preparations made so far. Indeed, they were here and we directed that the elections is coming up very strongly at Baba Yara Sports Stadium. The voting time is 8 a.m. And for that matter, all preparations have been made. Delegates, badges, and all the necessary identifications have been made. Security arrangements have been completed. Seating arrangements in the stadium has been completed. And for all that, so for anybody out of 50 to put those things out there, it's his own cup of tea. Yeah, the elections are coming up.
Okay. All right. So before I let you go, there are security arrangements and security concerns that people have raised that now that you're having the elections at Baba Yara Sports Stadium, which is a very big venue as compared to the RCC where you intended to have the elections if it had come on today. What are the immediate security arrangements you've put in place to ensure that you maintain maximum cooperation on the ground when the elections come off tomorrow?
First, we have the numbers, the personnel. The police is fully in charge. And the military and other security personnel are also at the background, waiting to come in to help if the need arises. To start with, all delegates who are given accreditation and are wearing their accreditation badges will be allowed in only. There will be no vehicles coming in. Again, when you enter the stadium, the MP, ministers, contestants, and other dignitaries will occupy the VVIP. The VIP wing, we are dealing with about 43 constituencies, 23 on the right, 23 on the left. Nobody will enter the inner parameter. The Titan staff have been reserved for polling booths, only for duty officials, ambulance officials, and some security personnel. Nobody will step a foot on the playing field. The police have barricaded all that place. The MPs and their delegates will be called in to step down onto the Titan track because they are to go back to their sitting place. So, security has been put in place. Arrangements have been put in place.
Okay,
and
so.
Yeah.
So you are sure that there's going to be maximum security, but we have in our custody a letter that is dated the 27th of May 2022, and it's addressed to you, Honorable Kwabena Kokofu, Secretary to the Regional Elections, and it's about ADR Committee recommendations on Fomena constituency and court cases. And essentially, the whole directive is that you are not to allow any of the executives from Fomena to participate in the Ashanti Regional Executive Elections. Has this letter come to your attention yet? And what are you going to do about it?
Yes, we have it. And as you are aware, I am not the embodiment of the committee. So I've shared it with committee members. And we are fit the judicial direction. As I told you earlier on, we are doing this exercise for on behalf of the national party. So we are under obligation to carry out any direction that may come from deliberation from the national party. So you take the decision for that.
Okay, indeed. So we've been talking to, thank you very much, Henry Kokofu, for speaking with us here on Asasi Radio. He is the secretary to the election committee for the Ashanti region, NPP, and he joined us to bring us clarification. He says that the elections in the Ashanti region has not been cancelled or postponed indefinitely, contrary to some information that is being put out there by some persons. And he also brings clarification on the issues of security ahead of the elections in the Ashanti region tomorrow at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. He also says that a document coming from the Alternative Dispute Resolution Committee of the New Patriotic Party has come to his attention, and that is to the effect that the people or the executives of the Fomena constituency are not participating in the upcoming elections tomorrow. That has come to his attention, and he and his colleagues in the committee are going to be acting upon it. So we will go back to Bono East region, where Dauda Zikilful is on the line. I believe he has some results for us, Philip.
Right, Dauda, welcome. And this time around, do you have any result for us? Has the counting and the declaration been done?
Yes, so the counting has just been completed, and declaration was just about to be done when you called. So I have some of the results with me here.
Okay.
And, some of the significant positions, I can just mention them to you right now. We have the regional chairman, it was contested among three candidates, Ibrahim Baba Bukali, Thomas Eduapia, and Prince Yaudina. But at the end of the contest, Ibrahim Baba Bukali garnered 151. Thomas Eduapia, who was the incumbent chairman, also got 78. And then Prince Yaudina got 7. So it means Ibrahim Baba Bukari is now the new chairman for the Eastern.
Wow. Yes, and so you are saying that Bukari had 151 as against 151 as against about 78 from the incumbent. Wow, that's a gap. Okay, please go on. Please feed us with the other numbers.
So we go to the secretary position. It was contested between two candidates. We have David Yawati, who was the incumbent secretary. He contested against Abufa Kofi Atta. And at the end, David Yawati emerged the winner. So he has been re-elected. He had 129 up against 108 by Abufa Kofi. Yes. And we go to the organizer.
Zikofo, please give us the figures again for the secretary, the specific figures you mentioned.
Right. For the secretary position, it was contested between two candidates, David Yawati, the incumbent, and he got 129 as against Amufa Kofi. He got 108.
128. No, 108. Okay, 108. Okay, that's fine. Please go ahead with the rest quickly.
Okay, so the first vice chairman, the position was also contested between two candidates, Amwa David King and Ibrahim Mohammed. Mr. Amwa David got 122. As against Ibrahim Mohammed 115. So it means Amwa David is now the new third vice chairman. We go to the second vice chairman position. Baba Ahmed Abdallah. He got 119. Nana Tetrebuate 101. And then Pajo Wate Thomas 17. So we move to the assistant secretary.
Okay, so Zikofo, so let's leave it here, and we want you to have some time and type out this information, send it to our portal so that our officials at the back end can put it together into a comprehensive document that we can present. But at least we have the basic information for the chairman, the vice chairman, and the secretary. And so we want to thank you. We'll leave you so that you can put the details together, send it to us as quickly as you can so we can organize it. So we've been speaking to our correspondent in the Bono East region, Dauda Zikofo, who is telling us that the incumbent chairman in the Bono East region for the New Patriotic Party has been unseated by his rival Ibrahim Bubakar Baba, as predicted by Awudu Mahama, as against the prediction of Mr. Palgrave Bwache Dankwa. Awudu first.
I'm telling you that it's a trend so far. Just 3 regions have come. Look, actually, the regional chairman leads a party in the region. And therefore, if you don't do your work well, the party suffers. That is why you are beginning to see this kind of trend. The performance and who are winning and who are not, who are losing. And one person has lost. And as we said, if you look at the performance of NPP from Bono East in 2020, it's not been the best. That is why you are seeing this kind of result. And it will continue in other regions that will be the Upper East and Upper West. When is Upper East taking place? Is it tomorrow?
No, so the Upper East is taking place today. It's ongoing.
The accounting,
yes. The accounting, yes.
That place, I expect the incumbent to go down.
Okay, so Palgrave, your prediction did not come out for the Bono. No.
Yes, Bono
East.
Bono East, yes.
Yes.
Yes, you are very right. I mean, I take it on record. That particular research in that area.
Maybe you should have gone back the week after you did.
You're right. Because I just conducted one research, and I mean, this is the same people I've been holding.
Ever since
we had our conversation, which is about 3 weeks ago. So I mean, I can understand.
But Audu is saying that it's a reflection of the performance of the party in the 2020 elections, and that is the reason why the incumbent, particularly in the Bono East region, has had to make way for a new face as far as the chairmanship is concerned. Is this an assertion that you agree with?
I agree very much with him. I mean, if you look at the data in the 2020 elections, Bono East, NPP won with 3 seats, and then NDC won with 8 seats. And then if you come to 2016, in the 2016 election, NPP had 5 seats, and then NDC had 6 seats. So we lost 2 of our seats.
Yes,
clearly. So it's an indication that the change is imminent. It's needed for us to regain more, so that in the 2024 general election, without predicting, because I've not done any research yet, I need to be careful. But I mean, we need to be able to have a commanding lead, win our 2 seats back, and then win 2 extra seats in addition, just so we can be able to have some commanding lead.
As I said earlier, look, changing people on the ground is actually, it helps galvanize a party. The new people come with some vigor, reorganization, and it's good for the party, the trend I'm seeing so far.
Okay, Philip, any observations?
Yes. I was going to say that I was monitoring on another platform, and there's this video that the incumbent chairman was being chased away, even as the voting was, the counting was underway.
In the same region?
Thomas Edu, up here.
Okay.
Yeah, he was being chased away by some person. So it gives the impression that he was not popular as at the time this contest was taking place. And if you look at how they fared, I mean, the region fared in the 2020 election as well. We are trying to draw a relationship, a link between how the party performed in 2020 and how it is affecting incumbent executives or contenders as well. This is a region that lost as a result of comparison with 2016. They did not make much gains in 2020. They lost, or what they had in 2016 further deteriorated. And we are seeing that some persons have been punished in this election as well. So clearly, I could align with what Audu was saying to a large extent in this regard. And it tells you that the executive are unpopular and there's so much trust.
Okay, so the video is showing on our Facebook portal what the chairman being chased out. What Philip was talking about. That's what you are seeing on Facebook if you are watching right now. Yes, Philip. So
so as we can see, that is you can't hear what they are saying, but it gives you a sense as if he's being hooted at or some words are being said against him, and he's taking it cool, flanked by his 2 men, left and right, and but this is politics.
There's no confusion at all.
Yes. At the end of the day, I'm sure that some reconciliation will be made, and it is the decision or what the people think is best for them is what has to thrive at the end of the day. So we are done with this. At least they've seen their smoothness level. They've seen their smoothness level for today.
Okay, so it is important to state that so far we have results coming in from 3 regions. At least we know that 3 regions. The Northeast region has maintained its the regional chairman for the New Patriotic Party. The Ahafo region has also maintained the incumbent regional chairman. In the Bono East region, the regional chairman has been replaced with a new entrant, the candidate of Audu Mahama. And I've seen that an artwork. I think that they probably did the artwork now before the elections was even completed.
But are you waiting for the outcome?
Even football. I'm seeing on my phone that
congratulations.
Yes, it's artwork.
Congratulations.
You put it ahead of time.
Okay, so this was the artwork for the votes.
For the votes, okay.
So it says a vote for Ibrahim Baba Bukari. So that was the artwork that was done for the vote. But when I saw the artwork, I was like, oh, okay.
But you do two types of
You do too.
the one that's
Even in general elections, you do the one victory speech and then
Maybe you do your first draft of the victory speech.
and then if you are doing one for defeat, put it down.
No, maybe the defeat is not that because many times
but
most of them don't even read their defeat.
Oh yes, you are right. You're right.
So we are having some fun in the studio.
We must put something clear. This thing I have been talking about trend, but you see, a chairman, an incumbent chairman, can win if the delegates look at the alternatives. They look at the others that are coming that they may not be better than somebody who performed poorly. They will better retain that person. That will be the only reason why a non-performing chairman will be retained. Because they look at the other contestants and says that we were near there, but or no crowd or yes in the omo. That's the only way.
Okay, so this is Asasi Radio 99.5 megahertz. We bring in you a comprehensive coverage of the regional elections of the New Patriotic Party, which is underway in 7 out of the 16 regions in our country today, the 27th of May 2022. And tomorrow, another 7 of the remaining regions will also hold their elections across the country. We will be here again to bring you a comprehensive coverage of same. Now, today, so far, we've had results coming in from the Northeast region, the Ahafo region, the Bono East region. We are told that counting is underway in the Upper East region. Okay, so again, we're going to have results coming in from other regions, but we take a quick commercial break and we're going to come back and continue with this comprehensive coverage. This is Asasi Radio, your election nerve center.
This elevation. Bespoke or casual, whatever the occasion, whichever shade, your suits, watches, shoes, cologne, socks, ties, pocket squares, and all the rare accessories at one place. Confidence resides at Sock and Tie, and that's at 54 Dade Street, Laboni, Accra. Wear Sock and Tie. Walk in confidence.
Ago Ganama, our day sorry worker, Nayaji Achinsroma, Metrayan Planet ECA, Ebraz Bosom Neda Auto do a Green Ghana Day, Yabodia in Diaba Opepi Edonu, Impenyu Fuka Bibi De, say Dia, Nedianqua, Nedaminti, Ghana Banwutun Safra Ghana Menina De, Yanfa Winsha Green Ghana Day Yimu, Nayendi and Diabanibi, Iyenara, Imbenyinfo, Imbesiafo, Abatan, Mofra, Unkokra, Inkatesia, and Ambrantie, or ye didn't hear Nara, yes a young Jimby, Nayanina ya, and obey ye. Forestry Commission, Etumbia Miesiswa, was in Diabanaboko, not Yenina ya Kwakajibi. Green Ghana, let's go planting. Dam Nkratui fi Ghana Banho, Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, Forestry Commission, and a National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program, Ghana Forest Investment Program, Forest Plantation Development Fund Management, and a Zoom Lion.
There's a sports news you know. There's what you are told. And then there's what you should be told and how that information should be presented.
From their last video, clearly, it's being used as a vehicle for illegality.
That's where we come in. 2 hours of insightful analysis and the latest news, views, and interviews in one quality, unadulterated content.
Team Talk is live on Asasi Radio 99.5.
Danger here! Save!
At 11 a.m. on Saturdays.
A well held at the second
African playlist. Catch the best of music popping and trending across the continent on the African playlist. Catch the best of music popping and trending across the continent on the African playlist. Saturdays from 1 to 2 p.m. On the African playlist, we got the hits from Cairo, Dakar, Lagos, Accra, Addis, Mzanzi, and every city on the continent that's making hits on blast. Just scoops and exclusives from the artists. The African playlist. Songs top at the top in Africa, music news in between trends, and hashtags all in 1 hour. Saturdays from 1 to 2 p.m. only on Asasi Radio. The African playlist, our music now.
To be a leader in one's field takes a lot of sacrifice, discipline, hard work, and smart thinking. It is a world of legacies that would be kings and queens. They have journeyed through times and seasons, faced challenges and obstacles, and through it all, they have come out stronger and better. With them, they have carried the African spirit and brought to life the African dream of greatness for discoveries and great strides they have made. In a world where the African may not naturally be the first option, what has aided them in breaking boundaries and stereotypes?
4 exciting moments of enlightenment with great African leaders. Join us on Sunday night. This and every Sunday at 7 p.m. on Asasi Radio. Sunday night, the iconic encounter.
Asasi Radio 99.5.
All right, so you're welcome back to Asasi Radio 99.5 megahertz, and we're bringing you a live comprehensive comprehensive coverage, I should say, of election 2022 in the New Patriotic Party as far as their regional constituency is concerned. And so regional elections going on in 7 regions of the country out of the total of 16. Tomorrow, another 7 will hold their elections, and we'll be here again beginning from 2 p.m. to bring you a live coverage of same. So we're continuing with the coverage, and we will take a trip quickly to the Savannah region where Tahiru Abdul Washiru is on the line. He's our regional correspondent over there, and he tells us that an incumbent has maintained his position as party chairman in the Savannah region. So Washiru, bring us up to speed with developments in your region.
Okay, so voting has just ended a while ago, and I must say that the incumbent chairman for the Savannah region has retained his position to lead the party in the Savannah region. The person of Alhaji Suleimana.
Hello, Washiru. We can hear you. Can you continue, please? Hello, Washiru. Okay, so Washiru appears to be having some difficulties, but Washiru is telling us that the incumbent chairman of the Savannah region for the New Patriotic Party, Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana, has retained his seat as the party chairman. So far, we have 4 results coming in, and it appears... Oh, he's on. He's back again. Okay, so let's pick it up from where you left off, Washiru.
Okay, so Alhaji Suleimana Idrisu has retained his position as the chairman to lead the party in the Savannah region. He pulled 112 votes, while his main opponent, Alhaji Abbas Azuma, had managed to pull 60 votes out of 73 votes. So, as at now, counting of some of the positions, they are still counting. So we will bring you the full results, certified results, as and when they are ready.
Okay, so Washiro, thank you very much for the update from the Savannah region, where he tells us that the incumbent chairman of the New Patriotic Party Savannah region, Sulemana Idris, has maintained his position. He pulled 112 votes as against his main contenders' 60 votes. And so, Audu, you again predicted that the chairman in the Savannah region will be maintained.
Yes. I'm just looking at the trend, as I said. And if you have a chairman in a region or the main opponent performing so well in an election, you should actually reward that chairman, expecting that he will do more for you. That is why I think that he
deserves to be. Okay, so Palgrave, are you on the same page?
I am 100%. I mean, on the same page with him. I think that in 2016, the NPP had one seat in 2016. And then in the 2020 election, the NPP upped their game to have 2 extra seats. So
so these 2 other seats are what? Is it Damango?
Well, Damango and...
Yes.
Let me get.
And Damango, the member of parliament for Damango, is the minister responsible for lands and natural resources. Samuel Abujinapo. He is the member of parliament in Damango. He took the seat, or he snatched the seat from the NDC's outspoken member. I've forgotten his name. Is your friend? Wakil. Yes. Okay, so Savannah region there. So far, what it means is that in the Northeast region, the incumbent chairman has maintained his position. In the Ahafo region, the incumbent chairman again has retained his position. In the Savannah region, the incumbent has maintained his position. However, in the Bono East region, the incumbent lost his position. So far, out of the 4 results we have from the 7 elections that are taking place today, 3 have maintained their position by way of chairmanship incumbents, and 1 incumbent has lost to a new entrant, and that is in the Bono East region.
The 3 seats that NPP won in Savannah, Damango, as you already mentioned, also had Daboya Mankragu, and then Salaga North. Yeah.
Okay, so we're having some results coming in from the northern region. In the northern region, we do not have the chairman yet, but we have some results coming in for women's organizer, youth organizer, and the Nasara coordinator. So for the north, okay, Baba Camille, I'm told, is on the line. Okay. Baba Camille is joining us on the line now, probably to bring us up to speed with the details in his region. That's the northern region. Great. All right. So, Baba, good afternoon to you. Baba, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Bring us up to speed. What's the developments in the northern region?
Okay, so counting is still ongoing, but I must say that some of the results are in youth organizer, women organizer, and national coordinator. So if you have some time, let me quickly run you through.
Please do.
Okay, so youth organizer Mohammed Al-Hassan pulled 199 votes. Salfu Abdul Rahman pulled 152 votes. Musa Aminu pulled 7 votes. There was some 3 rejected ballots. And women organizer, and so now we have at the youth organizer position, we have Mohammed Al-Hassan, who is now the current organizer. Women organizer, Rahana Aziz, she pulled 210 votes. Pulled 87. So Rahana Aziz has been retained as Northern Regional Women Organizer. Now, National Coordinator, Shampuna Ilyas, 36. Abdul Rahman Sumani pulled 134 votes, and Abdul Fattah pulled 190. So Abdul Fattah Adam is now the current Northern Regional Nasara coordinator.
Indeed. Okay, so we have 3 out of the 10 positions with results coming up. You are going to be keeping an eye on the other results that are coming in, and as and when it does, we will certainly come to you and pick your thoughts on that, and for you to share the details with us. And so that's our Northern Regional Correspondent speaking to us there, our Northern Regional Correspondent, Baba Camille, speaking to us and telling us about results that have come in so far from the Northern Region. He tells us that the women's organizer elect for the Northern Region, Rahana Aziz, is being elected as the women's organizer. In terms of youth organizer, Al Hassan Mohammed has been elected as the youth organizer for the Northern Region.
That was my prediction.
That was your prediction.
Yes, Ghana.
Okay.
Hassan Mohammed, Ghana.
Ghana.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So the name is spelled Ghana, as in Ghana.
No, Ghana.
No, Ghana is
with a double N.
Yes.
Okay.
With a double N. But I think that he primarily won because of goodwill.
Goodwill.
Yes.
Great.
He's done some
Yes.
goodwill.
And
he went against Munir.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, it was a very tough one.
Yes.
I think so.
And at the Nasara coordinating level is Abdul Rahman Samari. That's what's been written here. I don't know whether it is S or it's supposed to be O, but he got it's not him. It's Alaji Fatau Adam. He got 190 votes, and so he's been elected as the Nasara coordinator for the Northern Region. I will have to find that out from our correspondent. I'm sure when the rest of the results, I think they decided to count from the bottom up. Most of the places are counting from the top down.
I think that is the main thing.
Yes, in the Northern Region, they decided to count from bottom up.
They decided to keep people in suspense. You know why? The Northern Region is actually very tall. It's very close. You see, my correspondent actually told me that the chairman is being fiercely contested by his main challenger. But I will not be so. It's 50-50, but I will not be surprised if the chairman, the incumbent, is retained.
Which region is this?
Northern Region.
The Northern Region. Okay.
Samba. In my prediction is Samba that our team picked up.
I won't be surprised if he's retained.
Good.
Because if you look at his performance, it's not bad at all. It was 50-50.
And that
9-9.
And you mean Bantima Samba?
Samba.
Yes.
I won't be surprised if he's retained.
Okay. So we await those results. They are going to come in. Baba Camille is on the ground and he's very engrossed in that election. So he's going to bring us the details there. So far, we have the Northeast region results coming in. Ahafo region results coming in, Bono East results coming in, Savannah results also coming in, and then a bit of the Northern region also coming in. We await several other results that we are expecting to come in.
We have covered 5 already.
Yes, so far we've done 5.
Only chairman left.
Yes, so we at least we know the results of a fraction of the results of some 2 regions, but some other 3, which is the Northeast, Ahafo, and Bono East, we have the full details. In Savannah and Northern, we have bits of it. We are expecting the rest to come.
Savannah, we have the chairman.
Yes, we do have the chairman.
It is declared. That's been declared. It is declared.
Yes.
Look,
That's Samba.
Don't be this. Chairman is the main thing. It's the face of the party in the region. He shows direction.
And then in Savannah,
so it's also the chairman is declared.
Okay.
So the chairman is the incumbent and he won.
Also for Savannah.
For Savannah, yes. In the Northern, we don't have it yet.
We don't have the chairman yet.
We don't have the
That's why
chairman in
we
the Northern yet.
If
We are also expecting results from the Western North region today and also from the Upper East region today. Okay. So yes, Upper East, we are told that the process is ongoing and soon we will have details emerging from the Upper East region. So thus far,
Western North and so the chairman Western North, the chairman should also stand well. If it doesn't take time, he will fall.
Oh, okay. Papa Grave, what's your prediction in the Upper West region? I want to know before the results come in. No, it's not Upper West. I'm talking about the Western North. You just mentioned Western North.
Western North.
Western North.
Let me check my data. You know, I've done a lot of work. These are handwritten. Research.
So I see the name Benjamin Ama.
That's the incumbent.
I believe so. In the Western North region, I see Benjamin Ama.
Chairman Ama.
Yes.
Incumbent.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to win.
He's going to win.
Yes.
100%. I would say that he should be.
I'm saying he should be careful.
No, but I mean the rest. I think that
I have
for Western North,
the only caveat I've given.
He's going to.
If you look at the performance of 2020, with these regional chairmen, they will only win. Those who perform poorly will only win when the delegates look at the alternatives. Alternatives and say that Even they come back with his poor performance, he's still better than those coming. That would be the only thing.
Okay, so far, Philip, the trend, we've had 5 results coming in. They're not really complete, so we cannot talk about the chairman. So in terms of chairmanship, we have 4, and 3 out of the 4 have maintained their positions at party chairman. 1 has lost his role in the Bono East region. Is it a sign of things to come? Because tomorrow is very busy. Tomorrow there is Eastern, there is Greater Accra, there is Ashanti. And these 3 regions are extremely important regions. And again, the Western region. So do you think that what we are seeing today is a sign of things to come and it will reflect in tomorrow?
Well, I think that...
Oh, sorry, your mic is off. Right. Please go ahead.
I think that the regions are exclusive of each other in terms of how the results are panning out. Largely because maybe we do not have Region 7 as satellite region of others. That is my opinion. So, for instance, if we had the tomorrow's elections coming up today, they would have said, oh, this is the way to go because this is where the so-called big wigs are taking. So let's follow suit. But what I'm seeing is that every region is voting according to their own peculiar situation. Exactly. Because we are seeing instances where incumbents have lost and incumbent has also lost, and instances where majority of the executives have won, and the instances where the lesser executive in court because the chairman dropped and others go through. So I am seeing that they are all going according to what is peculiar in their situation. Another thing I wanted to touch on before we went on the break was the persistent reservations expressed by the Tescon movement.
Yes, we need to comment on that.
Yes, it's not only in the Volta region, but also in the Ashanti region as well. And it's all got to do with the album and related issues. I feel that we need to interrogate that. And I may be wrong, but is there a higher force pushing this?
I think so. I think there's a higher force. Look, I don't see why. Look, Pelgrim he is a party man. He may disagree, but I think there's a higher force. Why will a group, people be purporting to be selecting people for members of a group? Why they have elected executives? And this is a group that you say that they should bring a number of students or representatives to the table to as delegates. Why will you not allow them to select their own representatives? And the party at the top will want to do that for them. Why?
And then if you
I don't know that in NPP's constitution whether they have the authority to elect members.
I'm not sure as a political party we will do anything.
What is in the constitution, but I think it's wrong.
I don't think that as a political party.
You wait. Let me finish. You will defend. Look, I don't think that is proper. Like if a group, they have their elected executives, they are supposed to be represented at a particular level. Why don't you allow them to choose their representatives? You want to go in and choose people for them? That's not fair. And that is why this whole thing is coming up. You should allow them to choose the people. That is why you are seeing allegedly market women be included in Tescon list. Why should that happen? Why? These are university students with brains.
Philip, we are in your hands. So
you cannot.
You are the one who brought this up, so we are in your hands.
No, in fact, I was waiting patiently for it.
And I touched on it because prior to the election, there were calls.
It started in Ashanti region, actually.
Yes, by patrons of Tescon, cautioning them not to allow other people, so-called big men or people with interest in the upcoming elections to actually infiltrate and use them for things like this that are happening. And I feel that it's also one avenue that if people want to get a particular block to get them, then they storm the campuses and, try to give them. And it's about prospects. As a student and you're in school and you've aligned yourself to a political party, you're thinking that after school there should be some prospects of who you align with and all. So there are a lot of interests at play, but I'm thinking it's no coincidence that in the Ashanti region and the Volta region, you have Tescon members coming up, organizing the press conference, raising the same issues less than 24 hours to the elections the following day. So what is the connection there? I think they should deal with it before tomorrow.
We would look into the issue as a political party to make sure that all Tescon students who are delegates would be able to exercise their democratic and patriotic rights to vote whoever they so desire to be chairpersons and various executives in the various regions. But it's important that they exercise a lot more restraint in their approach. I mean, holding press conferences and all of that. I mean, these are internal matters, and they are internal routes that you can use to be able to channel your grievances. I mean, I'm not sure that we want to start.
Jano, what is the motto of NPP? What is the motto?
But you know, one man slept. If you sleep on
this game, look, unless the market women are university students, if they are not, remove them from the list.
I won't see.
Obviously,
they want to put Sansan in their garden.
This raises issues of consent. So it's only natural that people question.
I'm hearing of some rotational thing that they will allow some to vote at the regional level, and when it comes to national, that one makes sense. But allow they themselves to choose a people, so that if you, Wilberforce is chosen to vote in regional elections, then the national elections, Philip will be chosen to that one. Let them decide that. It is not the national or regional level that should choose the people representatives for them.
Okay, so those are issues that are emanating from the camp of TESCON for the New Patriotic Party. And we believe that their leadership should be up and doing and resolve these matters.
We are with the TESCON people.
Okay, all right. So
you may not say it, but I am saying it.
You are saying.
I am saying it. I am with the TESCON people.
Okay.
All right. I think that as a political party, we're also very much with the TESCON people. We just need to make sure that their grievances are addressed. But they should just use appropriate routes in exercising their grievances. Press conferences and all those issues are not things that we want to look at. And they should verify if the woman at all is a market woman or is a mature student.
That's what I said. Unless the market woman is, it doesn't matter whether matured or young student. If the market woman is a student, it's a student.
Anyway, so those are TESCON matters that are coming up, and we definitely have to talk about them and all that. So we're bringing you a comprehensive coverage of the New Patriotic Party's regional elections, which are ongoing. Today, 7 regions are having the elections, and so far we have had results coming in from 5 regions. The Northern region deciding to count from the bottom up as compared to the other 4 regions who have been counting from the top to the bottom. And so in no time, we should get more results coming in from our correspondents who are on the ground in various regions in the country where elections are taking place today. We just need to remind you that the regional elections of the New Patriotic Party is going on today in 7 regions: the Savannah region, Northern region, Bono East region, Upper East region, Northeast region, Ahafo region, and the Western North region. Tomorrow, the Ashanti region, the Eastern region, Western region, Greater Accra region, Volta region, Oti region, and the Upper West region will also be holding their elections. And then on Sunday, Bono region alone will be the region holding its elections on 29th. The Central region has postponed its elections indefinitely because a lawsuit has been filed against the elections. And so there's more like an injunction on that particular election. So we are told that our correspondent, Castro, is on the line from the Upper East region, and he has some provisional election results coming in from the Upper East region. Let's see if there are changes in the Upper East region or people are retaining their positions, Philip.
Right. So welcome. We spoke to you a while ago. You gave us the update. As it stands now, what are the provisional results that you have for us, Castro?
Yes, so I doubt you can hear me clearly. I'm currently in the hall where it's a jubilant crowd following the declaration of provisional results in favor of their candidate. Yes, so at the moment, what I have in my hand are provisional results from for the treasurer.
Okay.
We have Daniel Ayin having 163, and Joseph Awimpanga Akansaba scoring 147. Provisional results put Daniel Ayini ahead of his counterpart by quite close to 20 votes. Now let's go to the national coordinator. In that race, we have Saleh Musa Delwinde. He
88 votes. Counterpart, Mr. Saidu Abbas Bag, 118 votes. That's 118 votes. So, per the provisional results, Saleh Musa Delwende is victor in that race and wins the slot to become the Nasara coordinator for the region. Now, we have women's organizers. We have Ayamba Georgina, who was doing everything possible to retain her seat, going against Akagwele Margaret.
Hello, Castro.
Now,
Castro, can you hear me? If you can speak up a bit, because of the background noise, we can't really hear you. If you can speak up a bit, I understand that the background noise is as a result of the counting, but if you can raise up your voice a bit.
Okay, so is it clear now?
I think it's better. Please go on.
Yes, so I was at the women's organizer position, and in our race we had Ayamba Georgina, who scored 216 votes against their counterpart, who is in the person of Akakwere Margaret, who had 90 votes. So, for the women organizer position, Georgina Ayamga has been able to retain her seat.
Okay.
So, these are the provisional results I have at the moment as I work to see. Yes.
So, you don't
So
have
I can get more
that of the chairman and the secretary yet?
No, like you stated earlier on, in my region, they are counting down, they are counting from the bottom.
From
up.
the bottom. But what accounted for that? Usually people will start from the chairmanship.
Yes, so that is even something, it's more like a culture here in the Upper East region.
Okay.
The belief is that chairmanship position is usually filled with a lot of tension, comes with a lot of tension. So when they declare or when they count those ones first, there's a likelihood of a disruption in the entire process. So usually they save those big slots as they are known to be for the last moment.
Okay, Castro, thank you very much. We're on standby. As soon as we get secretary and chairman, please don't hesitate to let us know, because we want to know that one.
So you see that in the northern regions, they are keeping to tradition, I believe. Yeah, so they are deciding that they will deal with the younger or the lesser before they get to the greater.
Yes.
We got the first one.
Northeast region and the Savannah region.
Their numbers are not that large, so they did all together at once.
But in the northern region and in the upper east region, you see that they are keeping to some kind of
northeast, for instance, there are only 6 constituencies. Upper east, there are 15.
Okay, so he gave us results of 3. The Nasara coordinator, he's saying that Delweni has won in that election, and then in the women's organizer, she says 1 Georgina is the one who has won in the elections, and then in terms of treasurer, 1 Daniel is the one who has won as treasurer in the Upper East region. So we are waiting results for 7 other slots. There's chairmanship, the first and second vice chairman, the secretary, assistant secretary, there's the youth organizer, and the organizer himself, and all the others. So that's results coming in from the Upper East region. So far, do you have any candidates in the Upper East region in this regard, in terms of women organizer, Palgrave, women's organizer, Nasara coordinator that you predicted that has come through in the Upper East region? Yes.
Yes. So Upper East, in my research was telling me that Cholok, the incumbent, was likely to win.
Is it a chairman?
Yes, chairman.
That's where I'm again disagreeing with you.
What is his full name?
I just know Cholok.
Cholok.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, that's what we pick on the ground. We try to pick the issues, the things that are on the ground. Yeah. And then, but I think he's going against Felix and Atija.
Okay, because from the document that I have here, I have 1 Filson and Dr. Amos as the contenders for the Upper East chairmanship position.
Okay. No, it's a nickname. The one
the Cholok.
Yeah, I suspect it's a nickname.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure, but those were the issues that we picked on the ground. And then for youth organizer, I mean, there's a young man called Salahuddin. He's going against a lady. That will be an interesting one to watch. I mean, we didn't get the data as to how that is going to go, but I mean, we left it at that for us to be able to look at that. So that will be for Upper East region.
Okay. All right. So results coming in from Upper East region. So that makes it 6 of the regions so far, giving us 2 of them giving us a bit of results, and then 4 of them giving us perhaps the entire picture.
Can you go through all of it again, please?
Yes. So we have the Northeast region having all the results coming in. We have the Ahafo region also having the results coming in. We have
So mention the chairman.
Oh, okay. So yes. I do not have the names, but we have the portals there. So yes. Okay, so we are told that results are in from Savannah, which is like the complete results now coming in from Savannah. So, Palgrave, let's pick that up, and then once we pick that results, we'll be able to show the perfect reflection of the main regions that we are going. So, Philip, let's engage our correspondent from Savannah, who has the full results now.
Well, Abdul Rashiru Tahiru, welcome once again. We understand that the full results for the Savannah region is out. Can you please walk us through how it's looking like?
Okay, so I have the full results for the Savannah region. The chairmanship position, Alhaji Suleimana Idrisu, full 112 votes, whilst Azuma Abbas, full 60 votes. Come to first vice chairperson, who was unopposed.
Okay, Washiru. Washiru. Hello, Washiru.
Yes.
So for the chairperson position, Alhaji Suleimana Idrisu won with 112.
112 votes.
Right, and he beat Abbas Azuma with 60 votes.
60 votes.
Okay, clearly. Please go on.
Okay, so the first chairperson, he was unopposed, so he didn't go through the election. We have the second vice chairperson, the first person, Johnson Kwame Dinde, full 107 votes. Hajia Zulfao Amadou, 65 votes. We have secretary, the secretaryship position, Mohammed Issa, 104 votes. Haruna Idrisu had 68 votes. Let's come to the assistant secretary position. Mayoyo Aminu Suleimana, 95 votes. Karim Bismarck Isha, 75 votes. Organizer position, Kwame Abwaji, 88. Mohamed Twahiru, 84. Treasurer, Abu Lutiu, 77 votes. Muhammad Saidu Mumuna Akotia, 66 votes. Tanka Suleimana, 29 votes. Youth organizer, Rafael Akati Mahama, 117 votes. Idrisu Abdullahi, 54 votes. Women organizer, Hajia Safia Mohammed, 82 votes. Fatahia Mohammed, 80 votes. Love Kande Isa, 10 votes. Nasara coordinator, Alhaji Lashuddin Abdul Mumin, 65 votes. Mohammed Mahi Bamba, 107 votes. So these are the certified results from the Electoral Commission.
Right, Washiru, we understand that the chairperson-elect, Alhaji Suleiman Idrisu, is addressing the press. Is he done? And if it's not, can we catch what he's saying at the moment?
Okay. It's about that it.
The line is not clear. Abdul Washiru, if you can better position yourself.
Okay, so the chapter is about address. If you can hold on for that address.
Okay, so what we're doing is to try to get the feed from the press conference. We're speaking to Abdul Rashiru Tahiru. He's the Savannah regional correspondent, and he's brought us the results from chairperson to Nasara coordinator. We are told that the chairperson-elect Alhaji Suleiman Idrisu is about addressing the press, and we want to catch a word or two from what he's saying. Right.
Yeah, currently there's swearing in of the new executive ongoing right
Oh, they
now.
are being sworn in at the moment. They are being sworn in.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, Rashid, for Abdul Rashid Tahiru for speaking to us. He has been speaking to us from the Savannah region. He says that the swearing in is going on. That's fast, paragraph. Just after the declaration of results, and then you have the swearing in happening.
I think that yes, it's important that we commend all of these processes and acts from the new patriotic party. I mean, we don't have a lot of time to waste. 2024 is just ahead of us, about between 27 to 30 months more for us to go into the major election for 2024. So it's commendable to our political party, the internal structures. We need to commend the NPP internal electoral team for really ensuring that, I mean, immediately you are done, you do the swearing in, and you are aware that sometimes people contend issues. So once we are done and we have sworn you in, I mean, work can begin immediately, so that we don't waste a lot of time. And also because in July you are aware that we are running our national election, so people need to hit the ground. No time to wait. People need to hit the ground running.
Yes, so I think Audu has got to do the fact that swearing in, it's ongoing, and the upper is so just after the declaration. That's what you just
I don't want to waste time at all.
That's what's happening.
That's what's happening right now. I mean, I think that
swearing.
The system is working.
Everything has been planned.
Okay, so if you're watching us on Facebook on Asasi Radio 99.5 on our Facebook wall, please send us a message, your thoughts on the coverage, the election results, those who are winning, those who are losing. Send us something. We'll read it. We'll mention your name. We will credit you for the comment and your observations on the discussion that we are having. There's Bosu Stephen. He's saying that you guys are doing a very good work. So, Bonsu Stephen is congratulating.
But for the way you put it, you guys,
yes,
it's American. It's American. All of us.
You are part. Asiri is not part. Just say we are doing well.
We guys.
Yes, we guys.
All right. So we bring in you a coverage of the regional elections going on in the new Patriotic Party, and today is 7 regions we are covering. So far, it looks like we have picked signals from 6 out of the 7. Now we have the full results from Savannah, from Bono East, Ahafo, Northeast region, bits and pieces of results from the Northern region and the Upper East region. Okay, so so Western North is also on now, and so we're going to go to the Western North region, and he is one of the guys who is seasoning for us in the Western North region, and he's Boa Augustine. He says that he has the results. Earlier on, the Western North had challenges with election, allowing journalists to cover. We spoke to Augustine, but Augustine is through. Philip.
Augustine, so you mentioned earlier about the challenges, but now it's good to know you have the results. What can you tell us? Please walk us through.
Well, still, the situation remains the same. We're not allowed inside, but we're able to spot those who have won.
So how did you get how did you get the results?
Actually, we don't have the results, but we have the names of those who have won and those who have lost.
But how did you?
To the appropriate.
Okay, so you for now you give us the names from the information that is available to you.
Yeah, starting from the chairman, there were 2, William Benjamin Asra, and then Benjamin Amma. William Benjamin Amma is the incumbent, but currently he lost by just about 3 votes margin.
3 votes margin.
Yes.
Okay. Please
only
go on.
3 votes. And last time he won by only 8 votes against this Benjamin Amma, and this time the table has turned. And the first vice chairman, Victoria Ousi Kwate, Matthew Asante, Tiflos, Sando Eric. Tiflos, Sando Eric, he is the incumbent, and he has been retained as the first vice chairman as well. Second vice chairman, Ernest Nkoma and Janet Amankwa. Ernest Adasankoma has been retained as the second vice chairman. secretary, Samuel Kofi Abiao, and then Felix Foster Aka. Last time, these two people contested, and this time too, they are on the same run. But it's very unfortunate for the incumbent who won last time by only 6 votes margin. Today, the table has turned to the other side. So Felix Foster Aka has won. So he is currently the secretary for the Western North region. Assistant Secretary, George Alex Mona, and then Francis Afanyon. Francis Afanyon is the former secretary for Jaboso constituency, and he contested, but unfortunately, he has lost. And then George has been maintained as the assistant secretary. Organizer, McDaniel Nyame, and then Adu Ajay Samuel. Adu Ajay Samuel is the incumbent, but quite unfortunately, he has lost to McDaniel Nyame. Treasurer, Gifty Adu Ankama, Amut John. Gifty was the treasurer, but today all duties have been buried. Women organizer, Juliana Edu, Janet Danso, Ruth Akosia Minta, Gole Antibo Siakon, and Comfort Nana Ya. Goli, she was the incumbent, and she has been retained women organizer here as well. The youth organizer, last time they were 3. This time too, they are 3. Afiye Chenebua Kwasi, Gabriel Do, Gabriel Anote. Last time something happened. Afiye had 46 votes. Gabriel Do had 47. Gabriel Anote too had 47. But the issue was sent to National Council for an address. It was fortunately Gabriel Do was, declared winner. All because they had all executives from the 9 constituencies apart from Jaboso, and Do was coming from Jaboso. So fortunately enough, he was given the youth organizer. And this term, he has been voted as the youth organizer for the Western North region. National coordinator, Abdul Mumin Mohammed, Yunus Abakar, Al-Hassan Abdul Rahman. Al-Hassan Abdul Rahman, he was the incumbent, but now the seat has been taken to Yunus Abakar. So currently, Yunus Abakar is the national coordinator for the Western North region.
Well, yes, so you see a very comprehensive report coming there from Augustine. And so, Augustine, bring us up to speed again on the issue about the chairmanship. I know the 2 people were all called Benjamin, so it's likely to confuse people. So there's Benjamin Ama, who was the incumbent, who has lost. And there is another Benjamin, give us the full name, who is now the elected chairman.
William Benjamin Aswa. He has lost to Benjamin Ama. And William Benjamin Aswa was the incumbent.
Oh, okay. So Benjamin Ama is the one who has now been elected.
Please, yes.
No, I thought Benjamin Ama was the incumbent.
No. It was William Benjamin Aswa.
William Benjamin Aswa was the incumbent, and he has lost to Benjamin Ama. So Ama is now the elected chairman of the Western North region.
Please, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So thank you, Augustine, for your reporting. We will do some cross-checking about who is the incumbent chairman in the Western North region, because what I thought was that it was Benjamin Ama who was the incumbent, and then the contender was also called Benjamin. Yes, but the reporter is giving us a different reflection. He says that the Benjamin William also is the incumbent, and then
Ama is the new entrant.
Yes, Ama is the new entrant.
Yeah, Benjamin William is the regional chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Incumbent.
Yes.
Ama is a contender.
He's a contender.
Yes.
Well, my research picked up that Ama will win 100%.
Then you switch.
Yes.
Then you rather.
Yes.
So indeed, it is the Ama who has been
won.
elected. Yes. So what it means is that Western North region has a new face in terms of its chairmanship.
A number of incumbents also lost, aside from the chair as well. So it tells you that they are changing the team. They are changing the face of the region.
Look, this is a new region that has been created. You create a new, respect some, and that will happen to OT. The executives in OT. This is a new region that was created. In fact, NPP struggle. They struggled to get even the 3 seats from the region.
That's true.
Okay. So, but for the candidate, the member of parliament now, Dr. Efriye, what's the name? The Minister for Science and Technology.
Yes, the member of parliament. Yes.
But for his personality, NPP would have lost that seat.
Okay, so let's go to the Savannah region. We told that the chairman-elect in the Savannah region is speaking to the media or addressing supporters there in that place. So if we can just pick up that voice, is it with a correspondent? Great. So let's go on to the phone and then pick the sound from the Savannah region. All right, so the sound not too clear over there. We were trying to get the feed to listen to the chairman-elect in the Savannah region, but the feed is not too clear. We'll wait to see whether we can work to get a better feed so that we pick it up from there. But so far, what it actually means is that we are sure about the election of at least 5 of the regional chairmen in the in various regions that we are working with. So in the Northeast region, the chairman incumbent has been retained. In the Ahafo region, the chairman has also been retained. In the Bono East region, the chairman incumbent lost his seat. In the Savannah region, we are told that the incumbent chairman has retained his seat. And then in the Western North region, the incumbent chairman has lost his seat. So far, out of the 7 regions we are following, we have concrete results from 5 of the regions, and out of the 5, 3 chairmen have retained their position, 2 have lost their position. We're waiting for the Northern region and the Upper East region, and we should be able to wrap up our coverage for today in no time once these results come in. But gentlemen, the issue coming from the Western North region, and anybody who is listening who has clarity about, we've clarified the Western North. We've clarified it.
I think we've
clarified it. So we know that
Chairman Ama is the new one who has won.
Pelgrim said this shows that Ama is winning, but what he changed, he makes a thing.
It
makes
it maybe the confusion was about the Benjamin, the Benjamin issue.
And they had already started hailing him as Chairman Ama, so you know.
Okay. That's why I'm saying that. Look, some of these you can predict. Some due to performance, based on the performance of 2020.
But what is the main challenge that Chairman Ama faces in the Western North region? Considering the results of election 2020 in particular, again, because the new Patriotic Party in 2024 is going to have to present a new presidential candidate other than President Akufo-Addo. Palgrave.
Well, you know, in the 2020 general election, the results are the same. I mean, in terms of parliamentary, NPP had 3, NDC had 6. Even in 2016, it was still the same. NPP had 3. NDC had 6. So, but prior to the division of these regions, I mean, they are close to about 26 seats in that particular whole Western region. And NDC had a commanding lead of close to about 18, and then NPP had about 8 thereabout. So there's a lot more work to be done, especially in the lead up to the 2024 election. That side of town, I mean, Central Region, Western North, and then all the other ones. I mean, it's important that Western North and the Western region itself, it's important that we take a particular look at it and then see how best they can work hard. I mean, I'm excited to see that there's a new face that has come in. It brings in a lot more new energy, a lot more new character, a lot more passion, a lot more drive. And then really, there's huge competition ahead of him. I mean, because this is something that is going to be new, to be able to galvanize the support and the grassroots people in the region.
So, still with you, Palgrave, and some people said that the new Patriotic Party administration in 2017, 2018, when it came into office, was the party that led the re-demarcation of the Western region into the two regions that were created. And they felt that in the election of 2020, there was a proper thank you from the Western North region to the New Patriotic Party by way of having done what they were asking for, but the thank you didn't come the way they expected it. Okay, all right. I take notice of that. But I'm talking to my producer. But
Okay.
I take notice of that. But I wanted you to make a comment on that.
No, I think that we've done a lot more.
Okay,
That's the swearing in.
Yeah, so on Facebook, you can see that there is a swearing in process going on, and this is in the Savannah region. So the elected officers of the New Patriotic Party in the Savannah region, all of them are lined up, and they are currently being sworn in. This is quite interesting.
This is the beauty of democracy.
How that you get election results here and there, and right there you are being swearing in. So it's more like the party is hitting the ground running.
We are not wasting time at all. That's how it's supposed to be.
But was this announced? Like, was this an arrangement that was put in place?
Oh, I mean, once elections are done and the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission, this is a lot of trust and integrity that we have in the EC.
So in this
the EC is able to pull out and pull off an election that has started in one day and ended in less than 24 hours, giving us a credible result before people start hitting ground.
This is so fast. I don't know whether it's been planned, because there are people, some other executives who will be appointed.
But the main ones, these are the elected ones by vote.
Sworn in.
Yes, those people can be sworn in immediately. The others, I mean, once you're appointed,
theirs are by appointment.
Yes,
so
by appointment.
Once you are appointed, you just take office.
And really, this also unites the party a lot more, because I mean, all the other persons that came against the various positions, who would have various factions, at this stage we are presenting a united front. We are saying that we are not waiting for a day or two for people to start machinating things.
There's no elect. It's not like
this one. No. Chairman elect.
Come out at chairman elect.
Now new chairman. The old one.
The old one is gone.
Overnight.
In a few minutes.
Another has taken your office. Okay, so we are waiting for the results from the full results, indeed, from the northern region and also from the upper east region. But the on our Facebook wall right now, you would see chairperson winner, Western North region, Benjamin Ama, is elected chairman of the New Patriotic Party's Western North constituency. I can say is a Western North region. Yeah, so he's been elected to chair activities there in the Western North region. Benjamin Ama. They say you call him what? Chairman Ama.
Chairman Ama. Okay. Yes. I mean, I think that from the beginning of hitting the ground, picking up my research, I picked up his name very strongly. Okay. And I knew he was going to win 100%.
Okay. So apart from Chairman Ama, we also want to see the other chairpersons. I know my production guys have the details. Okay, yes, indeed. So we have the NPP Bono East Region elections, and the chairperson winner is Ibrahim Bukari Baba. So if you're watching on Facebook, you can see this beautiful design put together by our guys in the digital corner of this office, Election Nerve Center, with a very beautiful and imposing picture of Ibrahim Bukar Baba. That is Awudu's candidate, the one Awudu predicted will win and has won, as against the prediction of
you have a lot of, if you look at Bono East, they have a lot of settler communities.
Okay.
And with this person in charge, I think you mark 2020.
He's going to work some magic.
I think NPP will do well.
Okay, so again, if you look at our Facebook wall, you're watching from Facebook, you will see that we also have the Northeast regional elections, the chairperson elect. Or no, now these people are not using elect, they are being sworn in, so he's the chairperson. He's been elected. So, and that is Fuseni Nuruddin, and that was the candidate of Palgrave Boache Dankwa.
Yes,
this one you predicted.
I predicted, and I
you got it.
Yes.
Awudu did.
I did.
You also did. Okay, so Awudu and Philip, yeah.
I also did. I've been looking at the trend.
So Philip and myself, we are staying away from predictions.
You don't want to.
Yes, we don't want to
risk.
And then again, you can now see that there is the Ahafo region election, and the chairperson is Kwabena Owusu Sechere. So Kwabena Owusu Sechere is elected chairman of the NPP Ahafo region. He would also take his place now in that region and spearhead the activities of the party in the region. The Ahafo region is hiding in the corner, quite an interesting location, if you ask me, on the map. Okay, and then there is also the Savannah region. The Savannah region has elected Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana, and Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana is elected chairman of the Savannah region. The Savannah region is I think the biggest part of the northern region that was converted into the three regions. I think Savannah has the highest of the land space. Yes, so Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana has a Herculean task in the backyard of the NDC's potential flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama. That's his region. So he has a huge task of building on the gains that they made in election 2020 if the party is to win the elections that is ahead of us, election 2024. So that is Savannah region. So gradually, we're getting there. We are left with the results that are supposed to be coming in from the Northeast and also the Upper East region. Once we have those two, we'll be able to do a summation of all the things we've been doing today. And I know those results are going to be coming in our... Okay, yeah. So Baba Kamal is on the line, and he has some other results coming in. Baba Kamal, I believe, is from the northern region. Philip.
Right, Baba. Yeah, you spoke to us. He had some information for us. Do we have the complete set of results? If we do, let's roll. Hello, Baba.
Yes.
Yeah, please, let's go. Tell us the results at your disposal at the moment.
Okay. So, now I have a second vice
Baba, we have some background noise that is disturbing your voice. So if you can reposition yourself so we can hear you more clearly.
Okay, so they are almost done the chairmanship calculation, but I can say that my chairman.
I think that we are unable to hear you clearly, Baba. Hello, Baba. Yes, I think that we still are not hearing you clearly because of the background noise. If you can move away a bit, find a place where you won't be, your voice won't be truncating, we'll be very happy so that we can get the information very clearly if you can hear me.
Okay, so Baba Kamil is going to position himself correctly so that we can hear him much better. It's obvious that the announcements are being made where he is. He wants to stay close to the action so that he can hear whatever is happening. So we'll have those challenges hearing him. But Baba Kamil is our Northern Regional Correspondent, and if you look at the results he was given, they have gotten to the first vice chairman. So what it means is that they are close to the chairman, which is what all of us are waiting for.
Yes. And you know, I just wanted to point out that on the ground, sometimes it's difficult trying to securing a spot. Sometimes you don't want to leave the inner perimeter because if you leave, coming back will be difficult, and so you still want to make file your report and still stay close to the action. So we do know that he'll be able to reconnect with us.
But I'm sure Philip Abutiati will speak to Baba Kamil for us that when he finally has all the results, he should just disassociate from the action space so that he can be able to tell us the results all of us can hear. So that's our Northern Regional Correspondent. He almost has all the updates. So what we are also waiting for indeed is the Upper East region. The Upper East region. Earlier on, we got a bit of results from the Upper East region, right? Okay, so we are waiting for the Upper East region and the Northern region. This is Asasi Radio 99.5 megahertz. It's your election nerve center. We've been bringing you a live coverage of the ongoing elections of the New Patriotic Party in the various regions. We're taking a quick 10. We're coming back shortly. We will come and complete results coming in from the Northern and Upper East, and then we will sum up all the 7 elections that have taken place today, and then we will call it a day and wait for tomorrow's badge of elections to come off. So please stay tuned. A quick break, and we are back shortly with the rest of the details.
Town Hall Talk on Asasi Radio 99.5. Informed questioning, research analysis, issues-based discourse, and insightful conversations with leadership. Town Hall Talk is on Fridays from 5 p.m. on Asasi Radio 99.5. From public, private to corporate, academia and technocrats, Kofi Aboche puts authority to text and query and assesses Ghana through all forms of leadership. Town Hall Talk with Kofi Aboche is also streamed live on asasiradio.com and on Facebook at Asasi Radio 99.5. You can join the conversation on all social media, Asasi Radio 99.5, and on WhatsApp 020-0000-995. Town Hall Talk, where the voices of our land highlight the topics that matter to you.
Connecting Africa through Accra, Lagos, Joburg. From music, movies, events, food, people, places, royalty statesmen, icons, celebs, and influencers come along the Pan-African Safari Radio, Saturdays 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. This is where we connect the continent through Accra, Lagos, Joburg. And why not Nairobi?
African Safari.
The activities, decisions, and viewpoints of the various arms of government are critical to the development of Ghana. Their action and inaction, and those of other institutions, and indeed the entire citizenry, must constantly be subjected to critical scrutiny. The forum is our opportunity to do just that, providing an in-depth analysis of the major news items and issues every Saturday morning. So join me, Kweku Ajiman-Budu, on The Forum, here on Asasi Radio 99.5 MHz. This and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The Forum, insightful, factual, and relevant.
African playlist. Catch the best of music popping and trending across the continent on the African playlist. Catch the best of music popping and trending across the continent on the African playlist. Saturdays from 1 to 2 p.m. On the African playlist, we got the hits from Cairo, Dakar, Lagos, Accra, Addis, Mzanzi, and every city on the continent that's making hits on blast. Just scoops and exclusives from the artists. African playlist. Songs top at the top in Africa, music news in between trends and hashtags all in 1 hour. Saturdays from 1 to 2 p.m. only on Asasi Radio. The African playlist, our music now.
It's Friday night, and the last thing you want are more long and boring convos about nothing. How about a show with exciting sports content?
Could you possibly rewind and come again?
How about a show with exciting sports content? How about a 30-minute odds and stats-based sports show? How about Game Day? Game Day. Game Day is a 30-minute sports show that gives you a sneak peek into the weekend's major sports event. All the stats, all the team news, all the analysis, and all the odds. Plus, there's all you need to know about the weekend's games. Game Day on Asasi Radio 99.5. Every Friday at 6:30 p.m. This is sports from the voice of our land. Asasi Radio 99.5.
Magdan Shipping is undoubtedly the market leader in freight forwarding in Ghana. This is the result of years of building a track record of effectiveness in warehousing for both bonded and general, for all volumes, charter cargo to and from all parts of the world, project cargo, customs brokerage, haulage, and cargo handling. Added to these are the most competitive air freight rates on the market. Choose Magdan and experience the consistent delivery with all logistics needs. With Magdan Shipping, there is a limitless capacity to meet timelines with its optimum technology, a committed workforce, and a network of over 2,400 sea and airports around the world. Magdan Shipping has the expertise and continues to meet your varied logistics and free forwarding needs. So look no further. Contact us at Block 10, Aviance Cargo Village, Airport, or visit www.magdanshipping.com or call 0302 762280 or 0249 991199. Magdan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
Sassy Radio 99.5.
All right, thank you very much for keeping your dials here on Asasi Radio 99.5 megahertz. My name is Wilberforce Asari, and we're bringing you a comprehensive coverage of the new patriotic party's regional elections going on in 7 regions out of the 16 in the country. Today, the 27th of May, 2022. Tomorrow, there is another 7 that is coming up, and your election nerve center, Asasi Radio, will be bringing you all the details and all the 9 yards as far as that election is concerned in the Ashanti region, in the Eastern region, in the Western region, Greater Accra region, the Volta region, Oti region, and the Upper West region. Today, the focus has been on the Savannah region, the Northern region, the Bono East region, Upper East, Northeast region, Ahafo region, and also the Western North region. We're picking signals that in the Northern region, the incumbent chairman appears to have retained his seat in the Northern region. The incumbent chairman being Mohammed Samba. Very soon, we will go over to the telephone lines and speak to Baba Kamil, who is our correspondent on the ground in the Northern region, to bring us the full details as far as the Northern region is concerned. All right, so Baba Kamil is on the line from the Northern region, and he has details. And so Philip Asiao is also here and going to be engaging with Baba Kamil. Philip.
Baba, hello, Baba. Thanks for reconnecting with us. And I'm sure you do have the results from the chairperson as well as the complete set of results. Please update us. What do you have?
I have
the chairmanship position has just been, finished. So now we have Mohammed Samba. He pulled 238 votes. Amadou Inusa pulled 222. Ibrahim Mahama pulled 1 vote. So currently, Mohammed Samba has been retained as chairman in the northern region.
Okay, Baba, please go over the numbers again for chairmanship, please.
Okay, so the chairmanship, I have Mohammed Samba. He pulled 238. 238. Musa 122 and Ibrahim Hama 1.
Okay.
Yes. So now Mohammed Samba has been written as Northern Regional Chairman for the ruling NPP here in the Northern Region.
Okay, so Camille, what you're going to do is that send us the full details of the results that you have given to us. I know that previously you gave us the Nasara coordinator and all the others. So sum it up together, send it to our portal. We are putting it together. But the information that Baba Camille brings to us is that in the northern region, the region has decided to retain its regional chairman, New Patriotic Party regional chairman, Samba. And it was predicted by Awudu that Samba was going to be maintained, and also Palgrave also predicting the same thing. No surprise, Palgrave, right?
Not at all.
Hold on, Palgrave. Yes, please go ahead.
Not at all. I think that this is a clear indication that the research that the independent research that was conducted by me. It's a clear indication. No, in fact, you see, if you look at the independent research that I did,
just on few slips. Not 80%. In fact, he has actually gone 80%.
Yes, to be fair, 80%, 85%. Clearly, I mean, I think
you're right.
Yes, done very well. But Northern region. That whole sector was split into 3. The Northern region, Northeast, and Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen that in the 2016 election, it was a 9-9 in terms of parliamentary. And they maintained that same draw in the 2020 election. It's a clear indication that it's a fierce ground that we need to be able to watch and even win more when the opportunity avails itself. So I congratulate Samba.
So in 2020, the vote difference between President Akufo-Addo and candidate Mahama was well over 58,000. So 58,204. Yeah. President Akufo-Addo pulled 391,446 votes, and John Mahama pulled 449,650. President Akufo-Addo getting 46.08%, and President Mahama getting 52.93%. So for the new executives that are, for the chairman who has been retained, together with other executives who have been elected, they have a Herculean task of making sure that they can win a bit of the 58,000 votes that is the vote difference between candidate Akufo-Addo and candidate Mahama. Indeed, NPP is bringing a new candidate in the 2024 elections, and so those are also going to affect the dynamics in the area. Your quick thoughts about that before I come to Awudu to make his comments.
No, I think that you are spot on with that analysis. But indeed, I mean, whichever candidates that our political party presents, either to the left or to the right, within the same political party, one of them should be known on the grounds. But if you are not known on the grounds, then it would impact the final results of the general election. But like I stated, I mean, a lot of these things is beginning to look like chips are beginning to fall at the right places. As a lot of people have done a lot of work on the ground.
Okay, so before I come to Awudu, we also have our reporter Castro on the line from the Upper East region. He also appears to have the results. So Philip, let's engage Castro, and then after that we can have our conversation.
Castro, welcome, and we are all eager to hear the results that you do have for us. So we can start from the chairmanship position if you have it.
Hello?
Hello, Castro. Can you hear me? If you can, please tell us the results that you have.
I'm trying to get away from.
Hello, Castro.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me? And if you can, please go on.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I'm having a challenge with this
because I hear some feedback behind.
Castro, just go ahead and just give us the results. Forget about the feedback. Deal with it, okay?
Hello?
Yes, Castro, I said that you should go ahead and give us the results.
I think he's unable to really hear us.
Okay, yes, we'll try and establish presence connection with Castro again because he has the results from the Upper East. In fact, with the results from the Upper East coming in, that will sum up the elections for today. So it's extremely important that we get the details from the Upper East region. So let's work the lines. Okay, so Castro, if you can hear me, please bring us up to date on the election results in the Upper East region.
Okay, so yes, as for saying, there's a jubilant crowd behind me, so I was trying to get away from the noise. Yes, so I have some provisional results with me at the moment. So let's start off with the chairmanship position, which you wanted me to give details of earlier on. For the chairmanship position, we have 6 contestants, 6 aspirants. The presence of Mohammed Mutala Ibrahim, a former regional chairman of the NPP party. He garnered 4 votes. And we have the second person in the person of Philson Awankwa. He garnered 42 votes. Then followed by Abugri A. Ibrahim. He had 11 votes. Jerry Asamani, the NADMO regional coordinator, had 36 votes, and then Dr. Moses K. Abtinga had 99 votes. Now, this is the interesting part of it. Anthony Namo, the incumbent chairman, was able to retain his position as the Upper East Regional Chairman, 114 votes. Provisional results put Anthony Namo, the incumbent chairman of the party, ahead of the rest of the 5 competitors. Now, there was no rejected ballot. Let's move on to the first vice chairperson position. We have Osman M. Konkomba garnering 22 votes. Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq had 115 votes. Isaac Adewale had 145 votes. And Abu Bakari Mohammed Sita scored 23 votes. So provisional results put Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq ahead of the other 3 contestants with a total vote win of 115. That's 115.
Okay, Castro, before you go on with the other results, in terms of the chairmanship votes, there is one person who has a nickname. We want to know whether connect his name to the names that you've mentioned. What's the nickname again, Palgrave? Cholok. Who is referred to as Cholok?
Okay.
Castro.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, I wanted to know which of the chairman contestants is referred to as Cholok.
Cholok.
Yes.
Well, that is yet to come to my attention. Respectfully, I'm yet to hear that.
Okay.
Nickname.
So the winner of the chairmanship election, you said, is Anthony.
Yes, lawyer Anthony Namong.
Namong.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, please go ahead with the rest of the results.
Yes. So we're moving on to the second vice chairperson position, and we have Akunaba Giyere Agana, and he has 36 votes. Pambil Moses had 146 votes. Atiru Samuel had 122 votes. There were no rejected ballots, and provisional results put Bampil Moses ahead of the other 2 contestants. So he has been set to be the winner by the provisional results we have here. Now, when we go to the secretary position, we have Ayabi declared to innocent. He garnered 17 votes. Elvis Figo, who was tipped to win the elections, I mean, as far as the secretary position was concerned, garnered 203 votes. And I said his full name again. Elvis Figo Awunikai, he had 203 votes.
Now, Amadou Mokhtar Bayaga had it. Now, let's do interesting thing. Can be a clear of the include secretary of the region. Was his secretary. The interesting thing is that the secretary has managed or has been able to overthrow or to kick out his boss. There were no rejections. When we go to the position, we have Paul Kofi. He scored 28 votes. We have Tangiba M. Shakiru. He scored 142 votes. We have Andrew Atariwini. He had 177 votes. 107. So by the results, Atangiba M. Shakiru is winner and is the assistant secretary elect here in the Upper East region. There was no rejected ballots. Let's go to the organizer position. We have Ayamga Ayimbisa Peter, the former district chief executive of the Bulsa district, with two other people. The former district chief executive of the Bulsa, the Bongo district. Mr. Ayamga.
Okay, so Castro, let me come in here, Castro, and we thank you for the details that you bring us, but we want to save you a bit of time. So for the details that you have, we just want you to put it together and send it to our portal so that on our portal, we'll be able to aggregate all the details on the artworks that we are doing. But we thank you for the details that you have brought us. So our correspondent, Castro from the Upper East region, has been bringing us up to speed on the election results, and he tells us that the incumbent chairman of the New Patriotic Party Upper East region has retained his seat in the elections. And so what it means is that, gentlemen, we have had 7 elections today, the 27th of May 2022. In the northern region, in the northern region, the incumbent chairman maintained his position. In the northeast region, the incumbent maintained his position. In the Ahafo region, the incumbent again maintained his position. In the Bono East, the incumbent lost to the chairmanship position. And then in the Savannah region, the incumbent maintained the position. Again, in the Upper East, incumbent maintained the position, and in the Western North region, the incumbent lost. So out of the 7 elections that we've covered today, 5 chairmen have retained their position, while 2 regional chairmen have lost their position to new entrants. So that's the picture for the first 7 elections that we are covering in this live coverage of the New Patriotic Party's regional elections, which is slated for today, tomorrow, and also Sunday, the 29th of May 2022. So information coming from the Upper East, Palgrave and Awudu. Are you satisfied? Yeah, okay, so let me start with you, Awudu. Yes.
I predicted that he was going to lose. I expect him to lose, the incumbent. But if you look at the figures, I think if I had seen the number of contestants, this thing I would have been able to judge. Because if you look at the results, 5 people actually stood against him. And look at the second person had 99.
Yes.
And look at the other 32.
He had 32, and there was 36, 11, and 4.
You see, if you combine the far way ahead, if they were just 2 or 3, I think he would have been in trouble. What helped him is the numbers. The number of people contested.
His opponents were
divided. That is the only thing. Because if you look at the results, NPP made only 1 seat. They just got only 1 seat in 2020. 2016, they got 3 seats, and they lost 2. They got only 1. So what helped him was actually the number of people. Everybody thought that he could beat him because they thought he performed poorly. That's why they all wanted to.
But you know that traditionally the Upper East region has been a stronghold for the National Democratic Congress.
In fact, the Upper West, Upper East, predominantly NDC. There's no doubt about it. But I'm looking at performance, 2016 and 2020. Probably when we come to Upper West, you see another trend that I've been talking about.
Okay, so let's quickly, before I come to Palgrave, the Ashanti Regional Council of Elders are addressing the media ahead of the elections tomorrow. And we want to cross over to the Ashanti region. I want to believe that Jonathan Ofori is on the line. Jonathan, are you with us?
Going to vote. Yes. When you go and you find out
okay, so pick it up from there.
Not in the album. What will be your next step?
Some of us, myself as the chairman of Council of Elders, my name is there. My secretary's name is there, and then we have 2 women. So out of 10, we have 4 people to vote. Move. So out of the 10. The rest are certain names that we don't know.
How will you describe the conduct of this election?
Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. For us, 10 people are here. We've chosen 10. We are more than 10. But they gave us 10. If you look at the structure, out of 10, only 4 have been given the go-ahead tomorrow to go and vote. But we decided not to vote after all. But then we decided that in the name of the party, we will go and vote. You understand what I'm saying? But we are not happy.
So what do you intend to do? What's your next action?
Our next action is we appeal to the party that what they did, we do not agree. That will be done later.
Have you tried to figure out who is behind all these?
It's very difficult to know who is behind it. It's very, very difficult. It is very difficult because we don't want to mention any names. That will bring more confusion.
You have served for a long time in this party. You probably might have triggered the structures to draw the attention about this development. Have you done that? What have you done?
It's all happening today. It's all happening today. Yesterday, you came there. We were having a meeting there. And they assured us that the 10 people we have chosen are going to win. But today, this morning, we found out that only 4 of us have been chosen to vote. The rest of the people, and they are very, very angry. You can see the situation now.
Finally, what are your fears on election ground, looking at what is trickling in? Albums and the lists have been expunged. People are making whole noises. What are your fears?
People are not happy. All what I would say is people are not happy. This is supposed to be free and fair elections. But can you call this free and fair?
I'm grateful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
so the press conference has just ended.
All right, so you had there a press conference in the Ashanti region where the Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party in that region addressing the press, essentially saying that they are not happy with certain things that are going on in the region. I believe that these are things that they should be able to sort out in the region. Palgrave, your party, the stronghold.
Well, yes, I must say that our party has a very strong footing in the Ashanti region. This is a clear indication when the Council of Elders hold a press conference. But for me particularly, as a budding emerging politician, I'm very impressed with the fact that we have fathers of this nature in the party who advise and bring peace and sanity and tranquility to the entire system. I believe that tomorrow's election is going to be one that all eyes must be on. I mean, I think that the regional election in Ashanti region and maybe would have been Eastern region, but now the focus has gone to Ashanti region. So the regional election in Ashanti region is one that is almost like a national election between 2 political parties that we must look out for. But really, we'll see how it goes with the region and how Chemawun to me against Odenoho would be able to perform. But like we said, Ashanti region would also be a determiner in terms of where the chips will fall in relation to the 2 contending leading flag bearers. It is even projected that there's likely to be a third force to reckon with at the flag bearership. But I'm sure that when we get there, we'll be able to. Decide.
Okay, how do you made a comment already about the developments in the Upper East region, right? So it was your turn to make some comments about the Upper East before we crossed over. So please raise your points about the Upper East region, and then after that, we will come and do a recap of the 7 elections that have taken place, and then we will end our broadcast for today and prepare for tomorrow, because some people have to go and sleep because tomorrow promises to be perhaps a marathon. So, Palgrave.
Yes, so I mean, clearly, I think I agree with my brother here that, I mean, Upper East region in the 2016 election, our political party, NPP, had 3 votes in terms of 3 seats in terms of parliamentary. But, I mean, in the lead up to the 2020 election, we were only able to call 1 vote, 1 seat. So, I mean, in that regard, I believe that there's a lot more that we need to do in that particular region. I mean, it's always known that, I mean, the NDC has taken a commanding lead of the part of the top. Even with our quest to bring a strong decentralization in that environment, there's not much that we've been able to do. But, I mean, a lot of work will be done leading up to the 2024 general election.
Okay, so our producers are going to help us to roll out the results as has come in, particularly in the chairmanship race. Earlier on, we saw the first 5 that we have. Now, we have all 7 that have gone on today. And so we're going to go through them as and when they come up. Okay, so here now if you're watching on Facebook, what you will see is the names of the chairpersons in the, these are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there's a 7th one, which is the Upper East region, which I believe is being updated. And so we should have that in no time. But let's start from Ahafo region.
I've not spoken about Ashanti region.
Oh, about the party chairman issue. Quickly. Just make a comment. The National Council. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry about that. Please have a bite on it. Yes.
Look, today, my paper, we said that NPP was going to hold make or break elections starting from today. And Ashanti region and Eastern region, these are the 2 main regions that NPP should be very careful about. What happens in these 2 regions will determine their future 2024 election. Look, if you do what the people in the region do not want, you elect people that you massage the register. If NPP massages the register and they go and elect people that the people in the region do not want, they will suffer for it in 2024 election. Look, this is a region that if NPP is able to make even 75% the region and make more than 64% in Eastern region, look, NPP can be sure of winning election with other regions. So you don't joke with such a region with this kind of, no, first of all, it was TESCON. So now it is about a Council of Elders. These are our grandfathers and our fathers who are supposed to be advising the party. And they have concerns now holding press conference about the region. This is not good enough. NPP that we have come to know is a democratic party, and probably that's why they are airing their view. But these things should not happen in Ashanti region. Look, let the team be free and fair in Ashanti region, whoever emerges. So you don't have to target one person that this person must win at all costs, even when the person is so unpopular. I think that is what is going on.
Are you proposing that there's a particular person?
I am saying that these are machinations going on to favor a particular person in the region.
Who would that person be?
Look, if you want me to be categorical, look, let me mention it. This is somebody, incumbent chairman. I think that all these are being done because of the incumbent chairman. This is somebody who has problem with majority of the MPs in the region. He has problem with market women. He has problems with journalists in the region. He has problems with almost everybody except himself.
He's a media owner in the region.
So he goes to his radio and insults almost everybody, including journalists. And you want to make sure that this person wins in the region.
And you think it's payback time? You think it's payback time?
I am being blank in this matter. Even when you have a strategy on the ground, this man will go on radio and disclose the strategy. With his look, the way NPP handles Ashanti region will determine their future. Ashanti and Eastern, they should be very careful.
Okay. All right. So the NPP's men are being elected, and today they have elected 7 of them. Interestingly, there's no female, and I think Palgrave identified that at the chairmanship level of the party, there was no female contender. So far, with the 7 elections, there is no female name in it. Maybe it is a sign that the women in the party need to be finding their way to the very top in terms of regional politics in the country. So you will see that all the names that we have are men. So Philip and I are going to go through them. I start from Ahafo. I start from Ahafo.
Said that, it was UN or where? Presidents that the women are not putting themselves up. They are not putting.
Maybe the affirmative action bill will solve some of these things.
All right. So before we go through this, we are told that Baba Camille is back on the line. Baba, good evening. Hello, Baba. Can you hear me? Okay, Baba is off the line. Let's go back to the details there as we begin to wrap up our conversations for today. So on the portal, I'm going to go through it together with Philip, and the first that I see is the Ahafo region. So the chairman who's been elected for the Ahafo region, Kwabena Owusu Sechere, for the Ahafo region. Philip.
Yeah, so for the Savannah region, Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana is the man who emerged winner in that particular region.
Okay, and then I can see that in the Bono East region, there is Ibrahim Baba Bukari. All right, so Baba Camille is back on the line. Baba, tell us what are the details you are gathering you want to bring to our attention?
Okay, so generally, the elections are over here in the northern region. And I must say that there's something interesting that I want our listeners to actually pay attention. Here in the northern region, we had serious 2 contests. That is Chairman Samba, the incumbent who just won, and Amadou Inusha. So after the polls, they actually embraced each other. And before the polls, Wilberforce, I must say that there was serious rounds between these 2 contenders. They were casting insinuations in front each other on local radio stations here in Tamale. And they were also accusing each other of vote buying. But after the polls, they came together and embraced each other and ensured that they will work together peacefully to ensure that the NPP break the.
Okay, so that's more like smoking the peace pipe, which for me sounds like the way to go. I saw Palgrave giving a thumbs up to that development. Okay, so Baba, is there any other thing you want to tell us before we let you go?
Hello, can you ask that again?
Yes, I was finding out if there is any other thing you want to bring to our attention before we let you go. It's been a long day.
Okay, so the election chairman was actually addressing the media. He indicated that all those who lost must come together, and go and actually embrace their contenders to ensure that there's no, division in the party, in the northern region here. So I must say that generally the elections have been peaceful, except that the little that journalist actually receives.
Okay, all right. So, Baba Camille, thank you very much for your brilliant reporting there from the northern region. Thank you very much indeed. All right, so guys, it looks like the
little, it's a journalist, so you have to amplify that one.
Anyway,
the little slap.
But it looks like the reporting from Baba Camille sums up the whole issue that after the contest, the real contest begins. So you finish with the regional contest, but there is a national contest. And so your ability to unite immediately and focus on the next contest that is ahead is extremely important. And that is what Baba Camille seems to be bringing our attention to as being the case in the northern region. Palgrave, quick comments about that.
Well, I think that, yes, that's very true. As a party, we are very committed to ensuring that we are breaking the 8. I mean, that's like an unreserved commitment from our party, and which results in why once the elections have been the results have been declared and the pink sheets have been certified by both agents, EC has declared it, we immediately swear you in because you have to hit the ground running. I mean, today is May 27th. I mean, by July, it's just about 6 weeks, 7 weeks break for you to just go into and run for the national. Galvanize the support and make sure that you don't have any factions that are developing, especially at the regional level. And so, yes, I mean, we commend our political party. This is like Elizabeth saying that Mayadi. You know, and then we say that.
How would you bring the independent perspective to this matter?
Man, you are saying it. There are people who are listening who think that I'm not so independent, but I think I am. Yes. I think so far so good. As your correspondent said, it's only so far we've heard of only one slap. For a journalist, next time they should not be slaps at all. We want it. It should be this way. It should be peacefully conducted so that the party will forge ahead. I think so far so good. We expect tomorrow to be. In fact, the real battle will be tomorrow, where the regions, if you look at Central, Ashanti, and Eastern. Those are where we should be looking.
Okay, all right.
So far, so good.
Great. So let's finish with a wrap up. So we were at the Bono East region. That's Ibrahim Baba, elected chairman for the Bono East region NPP. The next there is the Upper East.
Anthony Namo as well for Upper East chairmanship. He won, Anthony Namo. And also for Northeast, we had Fuseni Nuruddin, also emerging victor in that particular region. And then Western North region, Benjamin Ama, now Chairman Ama is also there. Benjamin Ama, Chairman Ama.
Okay.
And then Mohammed B. Samba, Northern region chairman, retaining his seat.
Okay, great. So, indeed, today we've had coverage of 7 out of the 16 regions that we have in our country. The Savannah region, the Northern region, Bono East, Upper East, Northeast, Ahafo region, and Western North region. And so in terms of the regions that have East in them, the only one that is left is really the Eastern region. And in terms of the one that have West in them, what is left is the Western region. So Western North has been taken care of in today's coverage. Tomorrow, Palgrave Boache Dankwa is going to be here again. Hopefully, Audu Mahama is also going to be here. And then Peter Ankoma will also join us for tomorrow's coverage. These details are going to remain on our website. They are going to be on our social media handles. You can always take a look at them, share them, let the whole world know that Asasi Radio is bringing you comprehensive coverage of the election. So tomorrow, the coverage will begin on the forum. The forum is our political analysis show that happens every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11. And after the forum, we will empanel between the hours of 1 or 2 p.m. through to the time that we are able to get the results from all the 7 regions that will be holding their elections. So by way of reminding you, the elections tomorrow are taking place in the Ashanti region, the Eastern region, the Western region, the Greater Accra region, the Volta region, the Oti region, and finally the Upper West region. And so in these 7 regions, we are going to be bringing you all the 9 yards in the developments in this particular regions tomorrow. So the last portals that will show you is the regions, the one that has the images of the regional chairmen who have been so elected. If we have those images, we'll just go through that quickly. Yes, so indeed we have it. So this is for the NPP Northern region. The chairman is Mohammed Batima Samba. So if you don't know the person, that is the image. It's on Facebook. You can always see it. That is the person, Mohammed Samba, who is elected the Northern region chairman of the New Patriotic Party. Yes. The next one, Philip.
Yeah, that's Ibrahim Bukari Baba. Ibrahim Bukari Baba, chairperson for Bono East region. That's his figure with that nice beard with a spot of grey.
It looks like Palgrave's beard. Okay, so the next one is the Savannah region, and that is Alhaji Idrisu Sulemana. He's elected the regional chairman for the NPP Savannah region. Yeah, Philip.
And there's also the picture of the Ahafo regional chairman, Kwabena Owusu Setre. Kwabna also said. So you see, it's more exciting watching on Facebook than just listening to us on the radio. And I can see that people are watching and they are enjoying and they are seeing the pictures and they are really, really connecting with the persons involved. So that's him.
Yes, and so the Upper East region has Chairman Anthony Namoa, or is it Namo? Namo. Okay, Namo. So Namo is Namo. I know him, Namo. I'm surprised that I didn't make him out. Yes, this is somebody I know. He's a lawyer. Yeah. Anthony Namo, he's a lawyer. Why did I get it wrong?
Your own friend. He's going to right now. He's hot, so you know when he relaxes, he'll come and take you on.
Okay, so you see,
I thought he was going to lose.
But for the picture, I wouldn't have made it out. Yeah. But I really know Anthony. Anthony is a very good friend of mine from the courts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Anthony is the chairperson elect for the Upper East region.
Yes, and then there is also the chairperson for Western North region, and he is in the person of Benjamin Ama, Chairman Ama. So that's him as well in that wonderful smock with the NPP colors. And so if you're watching us on Facebook, that is the image of the chairperson for the Western North region.
Okay, great. So Western North is also there. I don't know which one is next. The technical people are trying to roll it out. Okay, it's here. So the Northeast region has elected Fuseni Nuruddin. That's somebody's candidate.
Yes, one of my candidates.
One of your candidates. Okay.
I think that by far I had five of my predictions.
5 out of the 7.
5 out of the 7.
Okay, so
I had 6 out of
you had 6 out of the 7. Okay, so those are the elected officers. The designs and everything are on Facebook. Please take a look at it. So there's Magnificent John on Facebook, and it says, tomorrow, God willing, the Bono Region 2. You didn't mention that. Okay, so the Bono region, I'm told, was on the 29th. I don't know if it has changed. Magnificent. So if it has changed, we will check. But what we do know, what we do know is that the Bono region is going to hold the elections on Sunday and not Saturday. So we will cross-check that. If it has changed, we will definitely know by tomorrow, and we will bring those details. So a quick wrap-up from my 2 wonderful guests. I'll start with you. I will do a quick wrap-up of all that has happened today. Your quick thoughts about it.
I must say that, as we said earlier, everything has gone well, and we expect tomorrow to be better.
Okay.
Even though tomorrow the contest is actually
keen.
It's keen.
Okay.
We expect the party faithful to behave. And then whoever wins, then the party goes with the person.
Okay. So, yes, Palgrave.
Well, I think that I would like to congratulate all 7 regions who have elected their regional executives, and also really commend those that have been sworn in. As soon as possible, those that are yet to be sworn in, they should immediately do that. It will be very helpful for us to kickstart the rest of the work. And then also those issues that have arisen as relates to TESCON, those issues should be addressed immediately before we get into tomorrow's major election. And we wish.
Speak about your party, Ashanti.
And Ashanti region, Ashanti region is a major concern. So I'm very sure that before we wake up tomorrow morning, a lot of those issues will be addressed so that we can have peace and tranquility.
Okay, so Philip, as they go to bed in Ashanti region, the guests are saying that they should go and let their pillows speak to them, so that tomorrow they behave at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium and not bring any disappointments. Philip.
Right. It's been great co-anchoring with you and very engaging, interesting, insightful, having the 2 gentlemen, of course, very great men in their own right. And tomorrow promises to be better and to be very much more eventful. And so, yes, it's been a good wrap for today. The fact that we're able to comment and then do a good wrap, make sure that all the positions that matter has been determined with nothing, no indication at all of any controversy that is going to linger. It gives us a good step or a pedestal to move into the next,
Indeed,
which is tomorrow.
Indeed. All right. So thank you very much, Palgrave Boakye Dankwa, government spokesperson for governance and security. Thank you very much, Audu Mahama, editor of the Custodian newspaper. I did this together with Philip Asiao, and I need to tell you that we have been ably produced by our team, our social media team and our digital team here, and also the technical team giving us absolute support. Emmanuel Ohiming, overseeing the entire production. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. My name is Wilberforce Asari. He is Philip Asiao. We thank you very much indeed for the courtesy of your company.